fine.
Yeah, recording.
All right. Welcome to the first session, Star Wars RPG. Before we begin our first episode here, a few things to go over regarding the galaxy and the galaxy map. You'll notice there is quite a lot of shit on the map. There are quite a few planets that are not actually on our map. This is the best I could find. Mostly unimportant planets. There are a few here that I may end up adding. To explain everything, though, let's see here. I think I can do this. Denon is a city planet like Coruscant. It is the Sector Ranger HQ. Very important for you guys. It has a slightly different symbol than everything else. We'll get into what everything else is in a second. You just have to know that it's the big golden yellow square. The golden yellow diamonds all represent systems which have officially signed the Sector Ranger security mandate. Before anybody asks, it is not ready yet. I apologize. It's kind of ballooned into something that's been taking a lot of work. For this first session, if somebody has a question about, like, what would the mandate say about this, or like, is this in the mandate or something, just ask me and I will answer it for you. In the future, once this is done, it'll be something you can look up on your own. There's something like 110 star systems / planets which have an agreement with you guys. To sum it up, these people have agreed to fund your organization and agreed to adhere to a set of rules and laws. In exchange, you patrol their sectors and their planets and help deal with problems as they arise. Orange circles represent planets or star systems which have some sort of agreement with you, but they may not be official, and they're not full treaties by any means. It could be something like an extradition treaty where they don't allow you to actually legally operate in their system, like arresting citizens, but they will allow you to go and they will process criminals and turn them over to you. There might be some bureaucratic business involved, or it might represent that they allow you to operate there, but only under like very strict supervision. It's very dependent upon the individual situation. If a system does not have any icon over it, it means that it either has no government to sign an agreement with, or they simply have refused. If it has a black / dark gray circle, it means that system is either destroyed or uninhabitable. You can look and see. There's probably several prominent systems that you can see that are.
Uh-oh. I do believe our connection may have dropped, Frosty.
Connection lost. Error. 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 Connected. Channel switched.
Welcome back. That was very odd because we could actually still hear you guys. Just got done explaining that that the gray circles are uninhabited or destroyed, and the red circles represent places that are travel advisories, which represent like extreme likelihood of death. Moving to other icons. The other icons generally represent galactic powers. The nearest to you is Corellia. The green symbol here represents the Corellian Confederation of Free Traders, pretty much just known as the Corellian Confederation. You'll see that they kind of encompass a loosely spread organization all the way down to Bespin at the bottom left hand of the map of mostly economic powerhouses. They're a recent thing, and they're very picky about who they let into the club.
Like more legal huts.
Yeah, very. You could sort of compare them. They pretty much only ally if they have something to gain by it. Speaking of the huts, we go over here, and the green jeweled icon with a sort of a trident in the middle represents the hut cartels. They have been expanding out of hut space slowly over the last several decades.
The Galactic Empire gone. We can do everything we want.
Yep.
You better stay clear of Iotra and all the.
Oh yeah, that is definitely. I mean, they're right on the border. You'll notice that the Iotra is right there. Also, Barab 1 is very close to their space. There's a lot of border territory that's. Your home planet is probably very tense. Has very tense relations with the Hutts. They don't know if they're going to get annexed or not. Yeah, that's definitely kind of a thing. Being that we're over 100 years after episode 4, the Hutts are definitely kind of in resurgence without any sort of galactic empire. Moving a little bit northward, you may recognize this symbol. This is the Mandalorian Protectors. They're a very odd group. They have seen a resurgence in recent decades as well. The Mandalorians have kind of been destroyed off and on over the course of history, but they've recently made a comeback, especially during, I guess, right during the Yuuzhan Vong War and right before it. Despite the rest of the galaxy viewing them as warlike, they made a very big difference during the Yuuzhan Vong War. And a lot of planets, like Tholaran, for example, near Hutt space, were basically rescued by the Mandalorians, and kind of a different attitude towards the modern Mandalorians is they typically don't conquer. I would say they liberate. They're a mercenary force in a lot of ways, but they have like a lot of strict codes and morals about it. And for instance, when they liberated Thalarin from the Yuuzhan Vong, they were literally the only forces that gave a shit about them. The Galactic Republic, I guess the New Republic at the time, didn't bother rescuing them. And after they threw the Yuuzhan Vong off their planet, the Thalarans basically welcomed them with open arms and kind of said like, will you stay? So that's actually happened in several places. They have they don't really have like a heavy rule over a lot of planets, but they have like a really heavy presence on the planets that are marked. I'll touch on the Vong in a little bit. Over here, I put this icon on here not because it's controlled by a different group, but just because it might come up sometime. Tirahan is the new location for the headquarters of the Bounty Hunters Guild. It's an independent planet. It actually has like a partial agreement with you guys. Given the nature of your work, I figured I might as well kind of put them on the map.
Good to know. Harmony have extra stuff on the map.
Yeah, Hape's Consortium. They're actually kind of a very insular but powerful empire within kind of like a little cluster within that region. You can kind of think of them as pre-World War II Japan almost. No, they typically don't want to have anything to do with the outside universe, but they're actually kind of respected in terms of their power.
But they have very strong ion cannon.
They have very strong ships in general. Up yonder, we have the Imperial Remnant. They have definitely also been in resurgence. One thing that, again, is a little bit atypical of how you might stereotype the Empire. The Imperial Remnant is probably the most stable place in the galaxy, and the people there are probably generally the most, I guess, content with their form of government. It's now like a democratically elected leadership. They don't have as many freedoms as the rest of the galaxy, but that's kind of by their choice. They focus more on keeping order and peace, and the Empire does not actually have the most advanced technology anymore. They typically use like a lot of older military equipment these days. They've been having to take in a lot of worlds that they previously kind of ravaged and generally hurt, and they've not been able to spend a whole lot of their money and resources on developing new weapons. They do have some new Star Destroyer types, but in general, you'll see them actually using weapons and armor that's like decades and decades old. They make up for it with military training and like a focus towards.
Are they still an empire? Like, do they still have an emperor?
They don't have an emperor. They're called the Imperial Remnant. They have basically kind of like a democratically elected dictator, and he's like, it's basically a representative. It's kind of, it's been a little bit more representative as the decades go by, and they also have like representatives for each of their sectors and whatnot. We might delve in a little bit more if we deal with them, but they actually have a fairly good relationship with the Sector Rangers. I think they probably have like a history of working with you guys when necessary, although you don't have like an actual treaty with them. Speaking of which, you definitely do not have any sort of agreement with the Corellian Confederation. They have their own police force, which polices their worlds, called Corsec. It's kind of an outgrowing of what was once CSEC, the Corellian Security Forces. Also, ironically, it shares the name of what was once the security force for Coruscant, Coruscant, but they kind of keep like a kind of an iron grip on crime, and they're pretty hard on things in their own worlds. Some people say they're corrupt, but we'll not get into that just yet. And there's definitely sort of an animosity between your two organizations. As far as the Hutts go, the Hutts have definitely courted the Sector Rangers before, but only in as much as they've tried to basically buy you guys off as mercenaries, like basically paying you to return people who have fled their space to them. And you guys have never reached any sort of agreement with them because essentially they wanted you to be their thugs. As far as the Mandalorians go, you don't have any actual agreements with them, but things have been fairly cordial between the two of you, or I guess your two organizations, and for the most part, you guys have kind of stayed out of each other's way. I think there might just be one or two other things. The Chiss. Another very insular, isolated empire, very powerful. Nobody knows quite how powerful they are. They're kind of on the rim of the galaxy. We only kind of have their homeworld on our map. Almost exclusively dominated by the Chiss, a race of blue-skinned humanoids. They were once very closely, I guess not very closely, but aligned with the Empire. Now they're just kind of out there on their own. You have no agreement with them at all. Then way over here, the Sri Ruvi star cluster. This is I'm not going to explain this one in terrible detail, but the Sri Ruvi Imperium is basically a race of reptilians that invaded the galaxy, or I guess from a invaded part of the galaxy from like the outer territories.
This is the Slooshies, right?
Slooshies?
No, Slushy's another world.
No. The slug peoples?
No.
Alright, I'll take
and they're extremely violent. They were pushed back decades ago, and you guys have not really heard of them too much since, fortunately. Very, very, very powerful. It's thought that when the Yuuzhan Vong invaded, they probably dealt with them as well, and they had like some sort of very, very drawn out war pretty much off in the outer sectors. So the last thing I'll explain, and I know I've been doing a lot, Yuuzhan Vong, just to be very, very simplistic about it, are a race of near humanoids from another galaxy. Their galaxy basically died, and they traveled to our galaxy in what are known as world ships. It took them generations to get here, and when they got here, they invaded the crap out of us. They function purely off of biomechanical technology. They grow their starships, their armor, stuff like that. They also come from a galaxy where there is no force. So they very nearly killed pretty much like everybody. They killed over 1 trillion people. And they're pretty much immune to the force. They were probably the very biggest thing that happened after the fall of the Empire. Eventually, they were defeated, and those that kind of remained were exiled to a living planet, which has a like as extreme as it is, actually has a hyperdrive, and is constantly moving around the galaxy.
Damn.
The big hyperdrive.
Yeah.
Biomechanical hyperdrive.
I have organization handouts but not all of them are complete. If you go to the organizations handouts, you'll see I have one on the Mandalorian Protectors, the Sector Rangers. I am compiling them for literally everybody that I have just finished saying.
Oh, nice.
If you're interested in reading more about them in the meantime, you can find more on Wikipedia. I'm eventually going to basically kind of take the Wikipedia articles and put them in the handouts, kind of pare them down, and I'm going to have to change a little bit because I've changed a little bit of the timeline. And I'll have
helpful.
those. Yeah, I'll try to introduce those as they become relevant to the campaign. So with that, that actually didn't take quite as long as I thought it did. With that, we will begin play. I have a link for everybody. Let me test this to make sure it's still working.
I still here?
Yeah. All right, I'm good. So I'm going to share a link with everybody. Unfortunately, I couldn't put this in actually in Roll20. This is going to be the introduction to our campaign. I'm going to have the beginning of. I'm going to have one of these at the beginning of each of our episodes. When you get to the link, it'll have a very brief load. Just hit begin, and there will be a maximize button. Click that to get a better experience from it. I will say that it goes slightly fast. You're going to have to read a little bit quickly. I cannot change the speed at which it goes. Also, the music, it changes partway through. Try not to be too distracted by it.
Find a website that should do custom Star Wars openings.
Enjoy.
You actually got one? That's awesome.
Next one.
Oh, it froze on me. Oh, there it goes.
Everybody done?
Not yet.
I was just looking at Drew.
Yes, we're going to go see somebody that knows something about the black market.
As I watch it, I did find myself wanting, can I reduce the speed by 30%?
Yeah, I don't have an option that
Actually-
control that, unfortunately.
One thing that's cool, guys, if at the very end, it does pop the entire thing up on the right, so if you missed anything, that's kind of handy.
Yeah. But yeah, If anybody did miss anything, I can always read it. But
Out of curiosity, did we have any orders to do anything besides investigate the black market? Or I'm assuming we're supposed to bust it up afterwards.
well, we'll get to that. This was not your orders. This was typically, what happens at the beginning of a Star Wars movie. And as typical, at the beginning of any Star Wars tale, we begin with a shot of space over a planet. We get the words Inner Rim, Iceno Sector, Denon System, Planet Denon, Sector Ranger Headquarters, and coming into view is a kind of a squat, wide, gray ship. For actual reference, everybody has seen it, but you'll recognize this. Coming into orbit around Denon is a Guardian class light cruiser. And as that comes into orbit, it kind of pulls into dock with a space station, and the camera continues to pan down towards the kind of the glittering gem of the planet, and we zoom in. Let's see here. All right, Jen, or how do you say your name, Jace?
Chen is close enough.
All right, Chen. You are currently chasing a suspect through an alley. You're running flat out. Your breath is coming heavy. The young human male is looking back behind him, like terror on his face. He knocks over a garbage can. You just kind of like leap over it, and you're just like bolting straight down the alley. You've been chasing this guy for like 3 blocks, and he's a surprisingly good runner. And maybe you're out of shape, or maybe you're just getting a little too old for this. But he's starting to pull ahead, and at the very end of the alley, you can see like a line of cars just kind of like squirting one way and then squirting the other way, kind of over each other. Gravity effect vehicles, and it's very clear that he's like running flat out. How do you approach your current predicament?
Well, I'm gonna keep chasing him. I'm gonna yell at him to stop and that I just want to talk to him.
All right. Let's see here. Give me a roll with... Let me bring up your character sheet. I think this is going to be a roll with Constitution, because you've been chasing this guy for like 4 blocks.
There is an endurance skill for that kind of thing. If he doesn't have ranks in it, there's no difference. But
all right, so you definitely start to get closer. Like maybe you put in a little extra juice in the tank, not wanting him to get to the end of the alley, and you yell for him to stop. Like he like looks back over his shoulder and sees that you're so close, and like he just continues running. At the other end of the alley, Roddick, you're waiting with your back to the wall, and you're peeking around the corner, and you've got your pistol at your side, and like just around the corner, you can see this young guy running down the alley, and your partner is like dutifully chasing him. He's almost on him. Like I think he's got his hand out and he's like reaching for the guy's back, but he's just not quite there. What do you do, Roddick?
I'm going to step around the corner into full view, and then I'm going to engage my my loudspeaker system, and I'm going to basically declare, "Citizen, you are in violation of Department Regulation 014. Resisting arrest and not cooperating with an officer. Use of force is authorized." And then I'm going to attempt to shoot him with a dart gun.
All right. Let's see here. Make a roll with your. This is going to be your wrist-mounted mini flechette gun.
Yep, my mini flechette gun.
All right, make a roll with it, and you're gonna have a +2 modifier. I guess no, the DC is going to be -2, because he's not you step out and you see his eyes like just widen even further, not expecting you to be there as you level your wrist at him and depress like your control to launch the flechettes.
So what modifier should I put on it? -2?
No modifier. It'll affect the DC.
Okay, excellent. Firing it now. Hang on, it's doing a click and roll the lag dice. There we go.
You can turn that off, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch that off right now.
Okay. So no, your attack goes wide. I think what happens is he sees you come around the corner and he immediately dodges to the side, and Chen, like you're almost on this guy, and he dives to the side, and you see Roddick standing like maybe 20 feet away, and he's leveling his wrist in your direction, and you like hear, and I think you're forced to dodge out of the way, because you know that there's like a hail of flechettes coming in your direction. Can you give me like let's see here, like a check to jump out of the way, I would assume.
So like dex or reflex or
Acrobatics makes the most sense skill-wise.
Yeah, acrobatics. Yeah, right. So you do it. It's just not gracefully. You hurl yourself to the side and smack into a dumpster. I think that should already be added, Roddick.
Cool, good to know.
You smack into a dumpster, and like it hurts your shoulder, and like maybe you like kind of like growl at Roddick as you look past at him, and this youth that you were chasing jumps and like starts clambering up a fire escape.
About how far away is he now?
Only, I guess like only maybe 8 feet, like farther up the alley, and then he's climbing, so there's some height distance.
And I'm pretty much at a dead stop now, right?
Yeah. What would you like to do? You could get up and try to like climb after him. You could try to like maybe you could climb up on top of the dumpster and like jump and try to like drag him down, or maybe you could shoot him.
I think I'm gonna pull out my stun pistol and take a shot with that.
Oh, nice. All right. Yeah. So you whip out your stun pistol and you flip it over. Is it like a pure stun pistol,
Yeah,
or is it a pistol with?
It's a pure stun pistol.
Nice.
I have it in my inventory here.
So this is definitely like made for this. Yeah, you pull it out and you flick it on with a whirl, and Roddick, I assume you're like rushing into the alley as this happens, and you see Chen lining up a shot. Yeah, this is again going to be at a -2 on the DC because he is not able to adequately climb this ladder and dodge. I don't think he's going to get his Dex bonus as well. So give me a roll here with your stun pistol.
Yeah.
Oh nope. Yeah, so I think maybe you fire and maybe you hit that dumpster a little bit harder than you thought, and you're just a little bit disoriented. But you fire and it hits the bars and it goes through, and he almost loses his footing, and he looks in wide eyes and he just starts climbing faster. Roddick?
I am going to continue booming on the loudspeaker and say, continued resistive arrest will upgrade your penalty to a code 3. And I'm going to flick open or raise my wrist towards him, and my other side of my wrist is going to kind of snap open, and it's going to shoot out basically a trio of what looks like bolos that turn into a net of sorts at him. So I am going to fire my risk entanglement gun.
On
All
the
right.
ladder?
Yeah, he might
This will
go
be
down
really
for-
interesting.
He just upgraded his use of force in my eyes, so here we go.
He might not fall off the ladder at least.
Here we go. So may my dice be better.
I'd say that was better. All right, so on a successful ranged attack, forces the target to make a Dex check, DC 14 or be entangled. Okay. Let us check here.
By the way, for those interested, if you click the button in the upper left, you can put your sheet on a separate window tab, and it's very helpful.
That is not a success. All right, so oh, he is. So you fire your tangler, and it wraps around his back, zips around the ladder, and it just ties him straight to the ladder, and he yelps, he's like, ah! And yeah, he basically gets Spider-Man'd to the ladder. And I think we hear the sound of speeders passing in the distance, and maybe you guys take a few steps towards the ladder, holster your pistol there.
I think
and,
I'm going to kind of raise my arm slightly, snap the net gun back in, and do a little bit of a fist bump with my right arm, and then go back to being very serious and start approaching him.
Yeah, he's now he's flailing around up there, but he's totally secured, and he's looking down just terrified.
Jen, I think this is a good place to ask your questions. I'm going to comment as I walk over to him, and I'm going to start announcing that he is to hold still and cooperate.
So right about this time, you hear a metal on concrete sound, and the sound of actuators, and you turn and you see a tall humanoid droid running a full sprint into the alley, back from the way that Jen came from. And I think I have a picture of this. I have a feeling Roddick's probably going to like this.
Hopefully it's not a droid that's some sort of killbot or something. That would be unfortunate.
One could say that.
Well.
So
Oh, God.
a YVH-1, which was basically a killbot designed to fight the Yuuzhan Vong, storms into the alley. It's ostensibly a Terminator. Unlike the picture, it's got a black coating over it, but the black coating is heavily worn and scarred, and the symbol of the Sector Rangers is over its left breast. Again, very very worn and scarred. And you can see like a stun baton in its right hand and like a stun pistol holstered on its hip. It quickly like slows to a halt, and it's a little bit odd to see something running so fast and then come to a halt and not have any any hard breathing or anything. But the droid comes to a stop and it says, "Officer Nevada, Officer Concord, thank you for your assistance. Jaywalking is a serious crime, young sir." And it like turns and like looks up at the young man, like stuck to the ladder, like with cold eyes. You know this individual to be T9 G5, one of the like the local sector ranger security droids, responsible for patrolling the streets around Sector Ranger HQ.
Alex going to hear the jaywalking thing and turn and start calculating something in his head while he kind of looks to Jin.
How much money is this worth?
Well, while we're standing there, I want to first ask Roddick Concord if he knows what a line of fire is, and then maybe he should check it next time.
I was using non-lethal weapons. He's going to respond in a very official capacity, seemingly unbothered by that question at all.
Do you kind of like brush some dust off of your breastplate as you do so?
No, I'm just going to be standing there very kind of obsessing the criminal.
Just
And I'll
darts
say-
delivering non-lethal paralytic poison. No, it's non-lethal completely, right?
I want to remind Roddick that assault against a sector ranger is a criminal offense.
It most certainly is.
Yes, so is running from a sector ranger. You upgraded what would have been a simple 50 credit fine, son. And I'm going to kind of start walking up towards him and looking over the guy.
So G5 kind of looks at you and he says, How many counts shall I add to the charges, officer?"
Resisting arrest. Continued resisting of arrest. He's going to kind of look to him and say, "We'll see what else. They don't run for no reason."
I want to say he's just a kid. Just let him go. We got more important work to do, and so does whatever the robot's name is.
Yeah, G5 like looks back to you, like turning his head swiveling. It's obviously like looking between the two of you for official orders.
I think Roddick's going to just climb the ladder a bit, and I'm going to start attempting to frisk the suspect, because I'm assuming he's probably got narcotics. On the ladder before I cut him down.
That's dedication.
I want to
so
see
you
if
climb
he has
up there,
possible narcotics
and
or a
G5
weapon.
says, "Officer Concord, do you require assistance in extricating the prisoner from the elevated position?"
Roddick's going to turn back and say, "I've got it." And then he's going to snap the wrist blade out of his right gauntlet and is going to begin trying to cut the ties after I've completed frisking the suspect while he's immobile.
Okay. All right.
The tangler's not rope, right? It's like wire.
Yeah. Make a strength check.
Okay, give me
Well,
1 second.
he is using a weapon, so the DC is probably easier. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to one. It's normally the DC is 20 if you're freeing yourself. I'm gonna lower. Give yourself a +2 to the roll because you're using something that's benefiting your roll, and I'm gonna lower the DC to 18.
I don't know how to give it a +2 because it didn't give me the option, but I rolled a 16.
Yeah, so that means you met the DC of an 18. So yeah, you slice through the Durawire in like one swift stroke, and he just like tumbles to the ground. Ah! And like he lands like ass first on the pavement, like maybe 12 feet below. The G5 like swiftly moves up and grabs him by the collar and kind of like yanks him to his feet, but doesn't let go.
Secure his ID and make sure his account is billed for the charges. And he's going to slide down the ladder and begin explaining what'll happen if he does not report his appointed court date with the local planetary government that he should be issued.
So yeah, G5 is holding him with one hand and starts like methodically patting him down. And after a moment, it says, "This individual does not appear to possess identification." And like the young man kind of looks at you, and he does his best to kind of shrug while he's being suspended partially in the air.
Let's hope your parents' account has enough money to cover these fines. Hard labor's a hell of a thing at your age. And I'm going to
His face kind of pales.
kind of turn my attention back to Jin to see what he's doing.
Jen is right now getting a message on his comlink. I assume you kind of like walk away a few feet to pull your comlink from your wherever you're keeping it, either your belt or a pocket to answer it.
My utility belt. I have a utility belt.
Ooh, okay, Batman. So yeah, there's a I guess it's a caller ID. It says it's from Sector Ranger HQ.
Well, I guess I take the call.
All right. So a measured feminine voice comes across the line. You recognize it as PRD4A. You're ostensibly your boss's personal assistant. Please hold for Loresh Kron. And it just switches you to like an immediate like holding tone for a second.
And while I'm waiting, can I like pull out my data pad and check this guy's description against like
Wanted
repeat
individuals
offenders and stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. What sort of check might that be? This is
Like
very
gather information, maybe.
I think so. Yeah. Use gather information +2 because you're you're on Sector Ranger HQ and your data pad has like ample access to the database.
Well,
Was that
That is
counting
nice.
the +2?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's certainly a success. I think you come across information that shows you that this young man's name is Bolel Tan. He's like 15 years old. He's had numerous encounters with the law in regards to petty theft, and it's all pretty much just minor crimes. Nothing serious. And but like he does have like a record going back several years of like purse snatching, or not purse snatching, but I guess like credit theft, and I guess they probably still have purses, and like shoplifting and stuff like that.
Did you find anything
I assume
interesting?
I'm still on hold.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're looking through this information, and all of a sudden, you hear, "Glenn, what the hell? You just run out of the compound?"
I say, well, someone has to keep an eye on the new guy, and we all know he's a little quick on the trigger.
I think while you're saying that, I'm busy putting the suspect in stun cuffs.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, you look over and you see Roddick like clamping stun cuffs down on the kid. The kid looks like really worried. And he's like, "Well, forget whatever it was you were doing. Get back to HQ. Your mission's come in."
Okay, well, I'll tell. I want to tell Roddick to uncuff him. We got more important work to do.
while Roddick figures out what part of his inventory he hasn't used yet.
Yeah, I
He
think,
hasn't used his pistol yet.
let's hope it doesn't go there. Yeah, Roddick's going to turn and say, what's up? What'd they say?
They say a new mission's come in. We need to get back to HQ as soon as possible.
Yeah, you've actually been waiting for this one. So this is definitely something that you've been expecting.
Well, let's bring HQ a present. They could use the credits, and this kid's certainly racked up a share of fines, and I'm gonna yank the stun cuffs kind of to try and bring him to his feet.
Yeah, he's like, but wait, I didn't do anything. I was just crossing the street.
Shouldn't have resisted arrest. And I just kind of completely, without any kind of mercy or flinching, start dragging him along,
Okay.
kind of by the arm.
So G5 like acknowledges this, and he's like, if you do not require any further assistance, I will resume my patrol officers.
Where's our transport?
You were on foot. You're only
Okay.
maybe 3 blocks away from HQ.
I'm definitely going to make our way back to HQ. We'll drag him along this poor bastard.
Yeah, you get some stares as you're like, occasionally like shoving the kid along. And you get back to the compound. There's the gate ahead of you. The guard, he's a Gamorrean, in the typical sector ranger uniform. He grunts as you approach, and looks at you guys and like kind of raises a kind of a piggy eyebrow at the sight of the kid in stun cuffs, but lets you guys into the compound. I assume you take the kid over to processing and dump him off with with the rest of the hardened criminals.
Yeah, I'm gonna take him over there to take off his stun cuffs. I'm gonna say to book him, and the charges have already been filed by VH1.
While we're dropping him off, I want to tell him, the Sector Rangers could use someone with your dexterity, but maybe not with your intelligence.
Are you trying to persuade him to join the Sector Rangers? Maybe.
Maybe just unfuck his life.
Let's see how persuasive you are.
If he had an education, he could make a valuable member of the Sector Ranger.
So,
Exactly. I'm okay with reform.
yeah, give me a persuasion roll.
25. Pretty good to me.
All right, let me look at the modifier here.
Probably get a negative modifier because you just drug him 3 blocks in cuffs
Well,
to the HQ.
Typically, you get a -2 if they're indifferent to you, and it goes heavier than that if they're actually negative to you.
I think he's probably more negative to me than negative to Jin at this point, though. Jin's argued a little in his favor.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he's unfriendly. -5, so that was a 20. That's pretty high, man. He kind of looks down. Can't casts a glare back at Roddick, but then you see him look at the people inhabiting the processing, and you can tell he definitely does not want to be associated with these people. He doesn't say anything, but you can tell that you haven't turned his life around with your statement or anything, but maybe you were the person who said the right thing that maybe changes him a few months down the line or something. So with that, do you guys leave processing and head up into headquarters?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm going to be walking with a stride, just another morning. No crime too small, no crime too large.
Yeah, so you pass a couple of Gand bounty hunters leaving the HQ, and you can see that a couple sector rangers are leading what is obviously somebody who has been detained back to processing. Somebody's obviously been brought in on a bounty. You pass them and you head to the turbo lifts, you head inside and punch 5 and head up to the headquarters office in proper. You come out and start going through the offices, and eventually get to the desk outside of Sector Chief Kron's office. PRD-4A, his protocol droid, is outside of the office behind her desk. She's kind of like a slim, like kind of cobalt blue protocol droid. She glances up when you, I guess it glances up when you guys arrive, and stands up. You have arrived. Sector Chief Kron has been expecting you. Please go in. She gestures to the doors.
Roddick will nod to her, noting that he's got his gold and visors so polished that they pretty much are reflecting her own reflection back at her, and
Yep.
thanks her for her help, and then starts heading in with Jin.
So you make your way into Sector Chief Kron's office, and like as soon as you get in there, you can hear him on a comm link, and he's kind of grouchily muttering into it, and he kind of like looks over his shoulder as you guys enter, and he kind of waves you in to sit down as he like finishes his conversation. You can see like a cigar kind of smoldering in an ashtray on his desk. He says, "Yes, that'll be fine. Just make sure it doesn't happen again." He turns around after he clicks off the comm link, and he gives you guys a look over. Loresh Kron is a Gran. Let me find a good picture here. He's a burly Gran, 3 eyes. He's got like some scraggle down beneath his chin. He's been with the Sector Rangers for several decades, and he is a surly bastard. He's very grouchy. He's irritable, and he's prone to change his mind fairly rapidly on topics. So he looks you two over, and he says, "What trouble have you been getting into today?"
Making money for the Rangers, sir.
You're not hired to make money. Hired to keep law and order, Concord. Specifically order. In your case.
Roddick crosses his arms and says that they have sometimes the same thing.
I want to mumble.
As long as we maintain order.
I want to mumble that apparently I'm being paid to babysit psychopaths.
He looks over at you and he says, "Yes, you are. Don't
Hopefully
you forget it."
The fact that I'm still 3 clips shy of what I'd like to be carrying says something about the budget, sir.
I think like he sort of rolls his eyes, like he kind of rolls his head up a little bit. He says, "Well, maybe you can change that." He says, "That ship you were waiting for finally is ready. Came in today." He presses a button on his desk, and a small hollow display lights up, showing an image of a Guardian class light cruiser. This is a very old model. This thing seems to be pitted and worn. And like you've seen few ships that were as heavily beat up and junked as this thing. But he says, "You finally got your go ahead to for your new ship," and he kind of like he looks over at Concord. He says, "Your pilot just completed her course today. I won't say what her instructor was saying, but she's at least legally classified to fly now.
He's going to kind of immediately kind of turn to look at Jin, but it's almost impossible to tell what he's thinking under his visor. He's just looking blankly for the second. I guess he's maybe trying to gauge some reactions.
So you've got your ship. Before I send you out on your first patrol, I've got a little errand for you to run. He kind of like he picks a data pad off of his desk and he kind of like glances down at it and he says, "Because you two are so experienced, and because I couldn't be bothered to send anyone else, I've got a little matter on DRUCKENWELL that I need to send you. Let's see here. Seems they've arrested someone there, blah, blah, blah. He's claiming that he's got some information on the Hurekdar Syndicate." Kind of shakes his head. Probably just another loser trying to get off on his charges, but we've been looking for an in on the Syndicate for a while.
Sir, if he doesn't have any useful information, I'm sure he'd be useful bait. We can definitely make something of this.
He looks up and he says, "You're to go to DRUCKENWELL, interrogate this prisoner. If he has any useful information, you're authorized to negotiate a revised sentence. Perhaps he's looking down and he says, it looks like he does not want to have his stay in judicial custody on DRUCKENWELL. Perhaps you'll have to take him somewhere else." He looks down at the terminal again. "If he doesn't have anything, just leave him there and continue on. You'll get more information for your patrol from there."
Roddick's going to kind of look at Jen and then back him and say, if he doesn't have anything, I'd like to request 72 hours. I might be able to make something of it.
You want 72 hours with a prisoner unaffiliated with an investigation?
They don't like people who talk. If he's even had limited contact and word gets out he's talking, they might come to us, sir.
He narrows his three eyes and he says, "Don't know if he's got anything to do with the Hurekdar. Might just be another nobody throwing a name around. If you can confirm he has something to do with them," he kind of shrugs. "Just don't get him killed for nothing.
Confirmed?
DRUCKENWELL's been getting angry lately. Don't wanna have to renegotiate things with them." He looks to you. He says, "Nevada, you keep him in line. Don't want another incident like that Rhodian."
I say I'll do my best. I assume all the relevant mission data is on my datapad.
He nods. He says, "The ID of the suspect, everything you need, landing permits, so on." He kind of waves his hand. You know that he's does not like to be bothered with the small details. If you have any pressing matters, contact us back at HQ.
I think Roddick's going to nod and just to give a confirmation, and he's going to turn to Jin to see if he has any further questions.
I'll say I have what I need.
Go.
Ready to go.
All right. Well, you can catch a shuttle up to the station where your ship is. Like he says ship with like a slight smirk. And I think when he says that, he looks up at Roddick, and you can see him like just barely giving like maybe biting down on some sort of like wry grin. And I think like maybe you get like a sinking feeling in your stomach when he gives you this look.
Roddick gets the feeling they're probably going to give him trash, knowing how things have been lately.
He's like, "You're looking for the Far Ranger. Have fun."
Not our job to complain about what we have, just do with what we have. So he's not gonna say anything. He'll thank him for the biggest piece of trash in the universe, and he will seem anxious to go.
Yeah, he waves a hand dismissively and takes up his cigar, plucks it back in his mouth.
You driving or am I? I'm going to probably comment to Jin as I start to stand up.
Well, I'm flying, obviously. You don't seem to have any skills beyond shooting people.
User joined your channel.
What little skills?
Shooting people with strange devices.
Does he even have skills with that, to be honest?
Onyx is going to say that I've been a ranger for probably... No, I'm sorry, I misspoke something. Hang on a second. Sorry, I had a horrible blasting audio in my ear for some reason there. I apologize for that. Yeah, Roddick's definitely going to kind of cross his arms to Jin and say that, well, at least I can shoot somebody. I saw what happened out there with the stun pistol. Couldn't shoot a kid on a ladder.
This is technically accurate. So you guys are making through with this banter as you head down. How long have you guys been partners? Couple weeks, couple months, what?
What do you think?
I'm guessing probably like a week or two.
Okay.
Yeah, I think really
I'm
fresh
still
is the
trying.
best way.
I'm still trying to get the reins on Roddick and get him in line.
Yeah. All right. So you guys head back through the lobby, and then head down to the the motor pool to go get your vehicle.
Actually, I have one question. Would Roddick be able, since we're still at a headquarters, requisition a replacement for the 2 rounds of ammunition he used today from our police armory before I leave?
Did you go to the armory?
Yeah, I'm totally going to stop by the armory and see if I can get my precisely 2 rounds. I'm not going to requisition any more or any
Right.
less.
So you make your way to the armory, and you don't see anybody immediately behind the counter in the bars. There is like a little buzzer, though.
I'm going to press the buzzer and turn to Jen and say that I hate paperwork, and I'm assuming that I'm going to have to fill some out right now. I think.
Yeah,
that's
so
back in my mind.
you hear like a rapid fluttering, and a tubby Toydarian like kind of flies into view. I'm gonna have to actually link this stuff really quickly. I need to have this on hotkey. There you go. Yeah, a tubby Toydarian kind of like flutters into view, like a heavy amount of stubble and grease. He's got like a little hat on, and like he eyes you up and down. One of his eyes is kind of like a little bit lazy, and says, "What do you want?"
Requisition
Oh
for 2
no,
rounds
it's
used.
you again! And he puts his hand up to his head.
Roddick
For the last
immediately gets-
time, I cannot requisition you, Flamberge class Risrock? No.
Roddick's going to sigh and say that a lot of good could have been done with those wrist rockets, but that's not what I'm here about today. 2 rounds used in
The Sector
apprehension of a
Rangers do
suspect.
not authorize incendiary munitions to be used on citizens.
I would never use incendiary munitions on citizens. Only criminals, sir.
What do you want?
Requisition for 2 rounds used. I'm going to tap the pad, and I'm going to say apprehensive of perp this morning. I believe you'll find index number filed at 10:01 a.m. And I'm going to give him like the case number. And
He stares at you and he says, "Requisition for 2 rounds, huh?"
2 rounds, non-lethal. And then I'm going to basically open up my raise my arm, and I'm going to press like the symbol to make the weapons kind of eject outwards from it. And I'll remove the 2 clips and that are currently missing the rounds and hand them to him, and be standing ready to file a report.
2 rounds, he says, but he's requesting paralytic darts and a tank.
Yeah. gonna say about that?
I'm gonna need to check. So, Roddick.
God, is this where I get to make some sort of a roll that's probably not in my wheelhouse?
Can you, it sounds like you're, are you going at this from, a persuasive angle, or a bureaucratic angle?
Sadly, I think bureaucratic. Almost positively bureaucratic. I'm not trying to butter him up. I'm trying to be as official as possible.
Technically, I think that's actually higher for you.
That's pretty sad.
Roll a bureaucracy roll.
Okay, let me roll a bureaucracy roll. Here we go. I have a 1. Oh boy.
You're at the mercy of the dice.
I'm hitting it and it's not rolling.
It means something's probably popped up, asking if you want to give a modifier.
Say
Your sheet
bureaucracy
is probably in the
notes?
way.
Okay,
What?
yeah, thanks.
The
That
main
was
window,
it.
yeah.
Guess it's not too great.
Could have been worse.
Yeah, but I'm referring back to that attitude steps table. And this guy is a little bit more than indifferent. He looks at you. He says, 2 rounds. All right. And he reaches down beneath the desk. He pulls out 2 data pads and he slaps them down on the counter and he says, "Fill out these requisition forms." And you look down and you see there's 8 tabs open on each data pad. And you're gonna have to fill out a requisition form, a full requisition form for basically a piece of equipment for each of these single rounds.
I'm going to immediately pick up the data pads and say just a moment, and I'll look over to Jen and say, "Do you need to do anything before we leave?" As I
1
start
hour
to,
later.
start to fill them out for
While we're here, I want to ask for a case of a few stun grenades to get sent to the ship because I'm not looking to start an interstellar incident.
Yeah, he kind of looks you up and down and he says, "Well, with a partner like this, good luck to you. Give me a bureaucracy roll."
Bureaucracy. Let's see. I'm not trained in that, but
Neither is Victor.
yeah, that's true. I don't know why I thought he was.
Okay,
Oh boy,
yeah,
it's
so-
like I got paperwork to do
So,
too.
yeah, he takes out he takes out a box, huh? And he takes out 6 data pads and slaps them down on the table. Says, "Here you go." And so I think the next hour passes as you guys are hunched on these little basically waiting room
Please
chairs
enter
in the
reason
corner.
for requisition.
Yeah,
Please enter
and-
exact requisition number.
I
Requisition
think,
number invalid. Please
there's
enter
there's
exact
a
recognition
there's a
number.
scene
We
where
require
Roddick
the exact number for the requisite item. Please look it up on the following list.
Yeah, it's please refer to the exotic ammunition subsection 33B. And there's definitely a scene where Roddick is just rubbing his temples and then he
33B
realizes he's
currently
rubbing them
corrupted.
through his helmet.
Please wait while
Please submit the
restore file.
exact form in triplicate within the next 2 hours.
Eventually you guys, after spending an hour and 4 minutes, you both kind of trudge back up to the counter. Do you slap the data pads down onto the counter in a large stack?
Alex gonna hand them over as professionally as possible and say that all completely filled out.
Yeah,
And then I'm going
he
to
looks
kind
them
of stand there
over.
waiting for my ammo.
He looks them over, glares at you, reaches down beneath the counter, and hands you a single, flechette. The thing with the flechettes is, they're not individual darts. It's a canister. He hands you a single canister, and then a single canister for your Tangler round. And he says,
Nice.
"Don't shoot anyone you know." Yeah, Jace, he comes up with
after
a
he
little.
says that, I'm gonna say I'll try not to.
Chase, you hand the data pads over. He looks them over and he just chucks them in a bin off to the side. like not even looking at them. He comes up with like a little red plastic container with like 6 stun grenades, and he just slaps them down on the counter, and he like pushes it through the little window.
And
I'm gonna say, gee, thanks. It's a pleasure as always.
All right, so you like you leave headquarters with like a bundle of stun grenades beneath your arm, and Roddick's like slotting his 2 missing ammunition back into his wrist mounts.
Crumbling, this is always the worst part of the job, and it's the same on every planet.
So you guys head to the motor pool. Who has the keys to your vehicle?
I guess probably Jin would, if anybody.
Probably me,
do you
because
ever
I
get,
have
do you ever get to
piloting,
drive,
so-
Roddick? Ever?
I probably sometimes maybe drive. I think what's our normal vehicle right now? Do we have the?
Yeah,
the
it's
one
an
that we have?
Aero 23 land speeder. It's a beat up piece of crap, but it's an Aero 23 land speeder. Like there's like several in the garage as you guys are walking through. Yours is the most beat up.
I will ride in the gun turret even when we're like just regular city streets.
It's like tracking
keeping my
civilians
eye
on the sidewalk with the grenade launcher.
Just keeping my. I'm not going to track civilians with the grenade launcher or aim at anybody, but I am going to be keeping a watchful eye out from the back turret as we drive everywhere, making sure to be very visible.
I'm going to once
Stay
he's
in
in the
school,
turret.
citizen.
I'm going to once he's in the turret. I'm going to double check the control panel and make sure the power is cut to the guns.
Do you like by now? Do you have like a kill switch
Engaged.
for his gun just in case? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You've made sure the turret is unpowered. Roddick's like basically hanging out the back like a dog as you pull out of the garage and onto the streets of Denon and make your way towards the nearest shuttle depot, which is contracted for use by the sector rangers. So I guess we kind of like slash cut to you guys pulling up in the land speeder, and like you've already dealt with all your paperwork for like getting your destination in order and stuff, and I think you're actually pulling the land speeder onto the shuttle right now. It's I think, let's see here. It's just your typical shuttle. It's got room for like 2 vehicles. You pull the speeder in and you park it and lock it down.
I think while we're on the trip, Roddick is going to continually try to convince Jin of the benefits of having a targeting laser to work with our vehicle-mounted grenade launcher, but I don't know how Jin will probably not go for that, I'm guessing.
And while Radek is talking to me, I'm going to do my best to ignore him and look over all the mission files on my datapad.
Yeah, so
While driving.
Sorry to ask that.
You're in the shuttle now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the guy you're going to go find, his name is Orville Jen. He's a human male in his 20s, although he looks really unhealthy from the photo. Like from skimming over the information in like the few minutes it takes for you to reach orbit and the like the space station where the Far Ranger is docked, you gather that he's basically a petty criminal. He's got like a very long arrest record going back to his early teens, very similar to the kid that you picked up today, but it's obvious that like he kept going and he got in with some bad crowds, like apparently joined a swoop gang for the better part of a decade. And actually, for like the last couple of years, he's kind of stayed off the grid. But he's apparently been charged with illegally selling like plasma grenades, and that was what he got picked up for. And he's currently being held on the mid-rim planet of DRUCKENWELL, and is kind of in lockdown because of. They're basically waiting for you to get there and interrogate him. So the shuttle takes off, deorbits and or I guess achieves orbit, and you guys approach one of the many orbital space stations around Denon, and after a time, you hear some clanking, and the shuttle lands in a docking bay aboard the station, and like you're able to pull the ship or the speeder off, and basically you're in a very large docking bay, capable of holding multiple ships.
Quick question. Not, I know it's kind of a minor issue, but I can't find plasma grenades in the thing. I was gonna look up their legality status when you hit this guy. What kind of grenades were they?
Plasma grenades. If they're not in the book, they soon will be. They're very illegal.
Okay,
Sure they're
very
not.
illegal. Good to know.
They should be in there because I know they were in KOTOR.
Adhesive, concussion, cryoban, EMP, frag, gas, ion, radiation, remote smoke, stun, and that's it.
That's odd. They ported pretty much every item from KOTOR over, but I'm seeing that they're not in the game.
The KOTOR book is like, it seems to be corrupted for me. Not
Just
sure if you
re-uploaded
ever
it.
reloaded. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'll
if you
re-download that.
re-download it, it'll be good.
But yeah, I'm looking through the index, and apparently they don't have plasma grenades. It's very odd because they were a part of the game, and they transported like everything down to like beam splitters and shit.
Yeah, I was just glancing at it simply because I wanted to know how illegal, if they were like super restricted or what their situation was with them.
They're definitely like steps above a typical hand grenade.
According to Wikipedia, they're just like the cryoban grenades, but they're fire.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
why.
Probably very illegal then. Fire
Yeah.
weapons are usually not good.
Yeah. So, yeah, you back the speeder down the ramp, and you find yourself in a bay with a couple other shuttles, and then on the far end of the bay, there's this just hunk of junk, like basically like lying in a heap of itself, on the far corner of the bay. It's a Guardian class light cruiser. And I think, like, with a sinking sensation, you realize that this is the Far Ranger.
If it flies, it's all we need. I'm going to make a comment to Jen.
I take this opportunity to look at it and in true Star Wars fashion say, what a piece of junk.
Yeah, it is. I think, like, you start approaching in the land speeder, and a piece falls off and hits the deck. And just like clangs there, and you don't know what piece it was, but yeah, something literally just fell off of it. So you get there, and you pull to a stop, trying to figure out where to pull your speeder into this thing, and you see a young Twi'lek woman arguing with what looks to be like some sort of port official in like a kind of a tan jumpsuit with a hat on, and next to her is like a pair of droids who are like currently working on a piece of like, I guess, the landing gear from the ship that is like malfunctioned.
I roll over, pick up the piece that fell off, and try to replace it back on the ship.
That's gonna be really hard because it fell off from a piece that's like from a part of the ship that's like 15 feet above you.
Alright, I pick up and hold it then.
So like you pick it up.
Actually, no, wait, I activate my
What do you mean I have to fly
limited-
this? I know I
my
just
limited
got my
system.
license today, but my God, this thing's a piece of junk.
I utilize my limited hover system.
Yeah, so
To
the
read that,
guy,
yeah.
so the guy's like, "Look, lady, this is the ship you were assigned to. They said your crew's gonna be here momentarily. You have your permit to leave. That's all I was told. It's fueled up and it's ready to go."
I think Roddick's going to come up behind Rayla at this point and says, "That's right, officer." And I'm going to turn my attention to Rayla and say that we have some time in transit. We are going to make sure the ship is polished and clean by the time we arrive at our destination.
Oh, God help you. So Rayla, you turn around and you see this rather large individual in a set of like full armor with Sector Ranger colors on it. You recognize this is the individual that that arrested you and impounded your ship.
And shot you in a painful place with a poison dart.
Yep. Behind him, you can see like a kind of a regal-looking boffin glancing out of the door of a land speeder. He seems to be like looking for the access ramp to the Guardian. And like beyond him, you see like this really wobbly S-19 astromech droid like fire up its jets. And like carrying a small piece of junked ship, like flies up to the top of the ship, barely able to steady itself.
They're not jets, they're hover. Yeah.
Well, Roddick, was it? I believe we meet again.
Roddick's gonna kind of glance back to Raylan and say that you made the right call. This beats hard labor. And I'm going to glance around and say that...
What choice do I have? I want to keep my ship after all, don't I?
Roddick will nod and say that it's probably higher tech than what we have here. But again, we will make sure the ship represents the best the Sector Rangers can afford and offer by the time we arrive at our destination. He's going to cross his arms and kind of glance the ship over again.
I'm gonna greet Raylan and say, hello again, Miss Farseeker. Once again, Roddick has us both in a situation we don't want to be in.
So it would seem. On the bright side, I have a license to actually fly my ship now. Do you want me to make the checks the book has for that or not?
No, you've got a license. It's kind of like a limited license, but you've got a license.
It's got a green border, which indicates that it's not full.
Yeah. It's like, in service of the Sector Rangers, Rayla Farseeker is permitted to fly like up to D-class vessels or something like that.
Well, I'm sure she'll get us there. I just worry about what the condition is. I haven't looked inside yet, but from the outside, ooh.
Yeah, like bumping into your leg, another S-19 kind of wheels past you, and
I mean, look at this. We don't even have R2 series. We got these little knockoffs instead.
Yeah, like it turns around, and gives you kind of like a rude beep, and continues working on the landing gear.
Well, it's good to kind of look and see what the droid is doing. Though probably wouldn't have understood the beep, sadly, since it's not being slowed for him.
It looks like it's repairing some damage to the landing gear that the craft took when it actually landed.
That's not going to happen again, is it? I'll point that out to Rayla.
What happened again?
Looks like this thing hit the
damage
ground a
landing
little
gear.
too low. Who landed it? I'm going to look at Rayla very suspiciously.
Hey, don't look at me. I just got here, okay?
I'm going to turn to the port official and say, whichever pilot landed this ship, they should be wrote up for that. They clearly were not approaching it as
I have a
safety.
feeling
He
it's a
looks
matter
at
of
it-
it's been sitting here too long than it being recently landed.
He looks at it and he says, "Whichever pilot landed this ship should be given a medal." Like, he looks at it and he says, "Good luck to you," and he starts to walk off.
Roddick's going to just kind of sigh at that and turn back to the others and say that,
Yeah,
how
a
long
little
before
bit.
we're ready to go?
Perhaps we'll want to check the systems first. We can't have any other systems falling off now, can we?
Thorough check before launch is advisable, and I'm going to turn and I'm going to start heading for the ramp to open it.
Okay, yeah, you make your way to the ramp. You enter in, like, I think you have to look down at the data pad that your sector chief gave you for the access codes, but it eventually kind of pops open. There's a little bit of dust and some like metal shavings. It looks like somebody had to saw the ramp open at one point. Yeah, like kind of stalish air comes out, and
Let's be sure to check the environmental seals too. It seems.
Yeah, the ramp lowers down, and you're able to pull the land speeder into the cargo bay.
I think as soon as the land speeder gets pulled in, Roddick's gonna step out and find the nearest surface and kind of run his finger along it and check his glove for how bad the dust buildup is.
Are you running your what are you running your finger across?
I'll run it across like either a wall or if there's any kind of crates or something that might be left in here.
Yeah, you run your finger across one of the walls in the cargo bay, and you pull your finger back, and you see that your glove has been slightly abraded.
Oh wow, I'm going to really frown at that and look around here again and say that yes, it might be worse on the inside.
Yeah, so again, like I think like this other astromech like bumps past your leg, and kind of like goes up the ramp and like just kind of trundles off into the ship.
I'm gonna start unloading the land speeder, which I assume contains various little odds and ends that might be useful around the ship.
Yeah.
Roddick's immediately going to go looking for a mop and bucket.
Yeah, you can find those aboard probably. They look actually probably like they've been recently used. And that probably gives you pause given the state of the ship.
I want to find the nearest terminal and get a ship diagnostic because it definitely needs one, I think.
Yeah. Let's see. Give me a use computers roll.
Indeed. Use computer you shall have.
After completing repairs to the thing, I roll back inside.
Yeah, you float down from
the
top.
I have a
Roll
16.
back in.
And I found what the limit is. I can use it for 6 seconds at a time. More than that, I have to make endurance checks. But yeah, so it's like a booster more than anything else. But
yeah, that's what I was describing it
the
as.
same.
R2 has little retro rockets. That's what these are.
He actually has flight. I have hover. It's a little bit different, but
It's the same to a certain height.
yeah, just that he can fly higher.
Yeah, so you discover that the ship has not has been repaired very recently. It looks like its last actual service was recently, but the last service before that was some 80 years ago.
Ugh. It looks
Uh,
like they pulled this one out of mothball.
The mainframe seems to have been partially corrupted, and somebody has gone through and tried to fix that, and as a result, a lot of the old records have been deleted. There's still some records in there, but if you're going to look through them, it's probably going to take some time and effort on the side that you may not want to spend right now.
Something to do with the trip.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like it's registered as having a complement of 2 astromech droids. One of them kind of like wheels past the cockpit as you're reading this, you're seeing that like supplies for 3 months have been loaded up. Doesn't say what sort of supplies. Maybe you kind of wince at that. All of the ship like the ship amenities seem to function, but you see that like it's definitely been like it's had some very serious repairs. Like just looking through the list of things that have been replaced.
I think Roddick eventually will stop by, probably with Jen, to see what Rayla thinks of the ship and when it'll be ready to get airborne, and if its safety systems are intact.
Well, from what I'm seeing, someone must have flown it through an asteroid field or something some 80 years ago and didn't fix it till now, so... Surprised it got back in one piece.
Well, it still
But
flies, so at least it's reliable,
according to the
right?
computer, all the systems function. How well they function, that's yet to be seen.
Yeah,
Left
you've got the laser cannons are still technically registering as operational, although you can see that one of them, like as you're looking at it, it blinks on and then blinks off for a second, like so fast that you think like maybe you weren't like reading it correctly.
Looks like we might have some power fluctuations too. I hope they don't kick in when we don't need them.
He's going to cross his arms and say, perhaps we should seal everyone in their quarters with an air seal once we hit atmosphere.
Did you bring your pressure tent, Roddick?
Don't have it yet. I can't even afford vacuum sealing for my armor yet. Very sad.
Well, the automated system should kick in if there's any kind of breach. As to what condition that's in, we'll have to check it out.
Don't trust automated systems. Always have a backup.
Well,
Manual backup.
it seemed to have gotten back on atmosphere, so somebody
How
got
many-
it here in one piece.
How many people can ride in that ship of yours if push comes to shove?
Mine?
Yeah.
One. Two if
There's
they're
no-
very comfortable with each other.
2 it is then. And I'm going to kind of glance back over the ship status. Which I don't understand very well. That's certainly not my area of expertise.
It looks like a very hardy ship, despite its kind of rickety condition, Roddick. It looks like it could take a pounding, and it looks like it has before, like more than once.
Do we have escape pods?
I think you've got, I'm still in the process of coming up with the plans for this thing, because it doesn't really list them anywhere. You've got at least one.
I think most ships of that size or bigger have at least enough for the people that are on them, because it's like
Yeah.
a crime to not have them.
If
Yeah,
Roddick has a ship
you've got
that's,
at least one operational pod. You probably have more. I haven't determined the status of the others yet.
If Roddick's been assigned a ship to do his stuff in, just like his armor that he keeps incredibly polished and looking completely brand new at almost all times, he's going to begin putting a lot of effort since he's not mechanically inclined into cleaning the ship this entire trip pretty much whenever he has any free time whatsoever, but you'll definitely see him around making this thing shine, and he'll probably try to draft anybody that he can that also has free time off into assisting, especially poor Rayla, given she's a deputy.
Yeah, so I guess, are you guys going around trying to claim bunks? The ship has individual, bunk rooms where you're probably going to be sharing a room with somebody.
Yeah.
It's very clear. I think you know from the construction of the ship that this was designed as an Imperial patrol vessel, and as such was, a military vessel. You're actually kind of lucky that you're only sharing 2 to a room, to be honest. They're pretty small rooms, like maybe 8 feet wide, by 12 to a little bit deeper. You've got,
Roddick is either going to call the bunk closest to the gunnery station, or try to ring up a hammock and
There also
in the gunnery
technically
station.
there also technically are, I think, 2 larger rooms that are like single beds, obviously for the captain and the first officer.
There's 2 gunnery stations, right? There's the forward 2, I imagine, are the pilot, and there's probably 2 more.
You guys have 4 laser cannons, so there's actually 4
Oh,
guns.
so it has 4 independent ones.
Yeah. Okay. There's 4 gunnery stations. You also have a prison cell area. So yeah, there's a couple slightly more luxurious quarters. There's a common room, a mess hall, that sort of thing. I guess you find a quarters and you chuck a duffel bag down on top of one. I'm thinking you probably already had your gear loaded up onto the land speeder. This is ostensibly where you're going to be living for a while.
Probably don't even have enough to fill a single backpack. Just my
Well,
armor and everything on it.
You've got spare clothes.
Oh, well, yeah.
I would hope.
Honestly, probably not that many.
I
Probably
have
it's a lot of
spare clothes.
underwear changes because I'm probably wearing the armor strapped down on top of me, like 99.99% of the time with this guy. He even wears it when he sleeps half the time. That's why I have the
Roddick's
endurance 20.
probably wearing a still suit under all that armor.
Yeah, so
You check on the
I
condition
think
of my ship too. I'd hate to have it fall off halfway through the trip.
you're on the bridge conducting your kind of systems overview, and you see a crane moving over the ship, and you see a flash of yellow, and you look up and you see your N1 starfighter being like perilously like levered over the top of the ship, like over the bridge and over the nose of the ship and like back to the rear of the ship.
Not good. At least something on this ship's gonna be shiny from the get-go.
Perilously was the key word here.
Yeah. You hear like a clunk, like, and the whole ship rocks. And yeah, and
I'd have to find a soundboard for shit like that, but
yeah, I have one, but I unfortunately can't share it with you. I don't. There's technically one on StarWars.com, but I don't know that you can send that through TeamSpeak. But yeah, you're like, maybe you kind of craned your neck and look out like the other side of the cockpit, and you can see your ship is being lowered into one of the docking cradles. I guess that was normally meant for TIE fighters. They've been expanded. Like, normally there's room for like maybe 12 TIE fighters here. They've all been like cut down and and replaced with expanded units, and so now you have like room for roughly like six fighters, and your fighter is kind of being lowered down into one of them.
You get 6 gargantuan or less instead of 12 huge or less.
Yeah, so you're getting maybe you wince a little bit as you see it kind of get lowered down in there, and then the auto clamps engage and it gets locked in there. But yeah, your ship is locked onto the ship, and yeah, everybody is technically aboard. And I think you get like a green light on your console indicating that your ship is environmentally sealed.
An important light, I guess, in this case.
Yeah, if that changes during flight, you may wish to take note of that.
Indeed. Well, Jen, Rodick, I believe the ship is sealed. When would you like to depart?
I'll say, at your leisure, Miss Farseeker, and I'm going to head to the common room and start poring over the various documents again.
Yeah, so it should be noted that that Rayla does have like basically no idea what you guys are doing or where you're going. She's been told absolutely nothing.
I'm actually going to step up towards Rayla and say that you should make good time. This person that we're going to pick up, if we know he's going to talk, other people know he's going to talk. So we might not be the only people headed that direction.
Do you hand her the data pad with the coordinates?
Master.
It'll be up to Jin. You have the data pad.
Sorry, what'd you say, Star? I missed that.
Do you give her the data pad with the coordinates and everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Rayla,
Huh?
Yeah, you're tossed data pad.
Hope he's not drunk as well.
I think nobody laughs at your joke, although maybe like there's a mournful tone from one of the astromechs. So you start like maybe getting permission to leave the station. You were expected to leave, so you're quickly given the green light to go.
I think that
I would roll up to the pilot seat with her, I guess.
Yeah, so this one extremely beat up looking astromech droid with like kind of a green finish or green trim on it.
You look like
rolls
you've been
up
to the mill as well, don't you?
Radek's gonna carefully eye this droid over and see if he can notice any quirks about it or anything.
Unlike a standard S19, it has a 100mm monitor next to the eye,
I think
That's
everybody
interesting.
was expecting you to say 100mm cannon.
No. The view screen. It's like a 4-inch display screen, but yeah. Other than that, it should look pretty much like the other one, but
Nice. I'm going to kind of look down to the droid and say that it seems to be doing an adequate job. I don't know how it's inferior, and I'm almost going to give an air quote to those R2 series. I've seen those things blow apart like pretty much paper mache. And
across
I'm going
the
to
view screen, you see like, "Thank you, sir. The S19 model is superior to the R2 in every way, thanks to the superior engineering by blah 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 corporation," but stuff like that.
I'm going to yell from the common room, "Hey, Roddick, make sure you check those droids for illegal drugs."
Are you just like turning a page on your comm pad and smirking
Yep,
as you say
pretty
that?
much.
By the way, you were manufactured by the Less Tech
Yeah,
Corporation.
I remember that it was something, but I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. I was like,
Well, if you all would like to secure yourselves, I normally wouldn't require it for atmospheric departure, but seeing this thing's condition is, it might be a little rough.
I think that Roddick is going to confirm that and head back to the quarters that he's taken, and yeah, he's going to try to lock the ear seal because manual conditions.
So you head to your quarters, you turn around, and you seal the door.
Does the air seal give an amber light for his room instead of a green one? Like, it might be working, but we're not quite sure.
It works.
Nice.
This time.
So yeah, you get a positive seal. Do you like just chuck yourself onto the bunk?
Yep, I'm probably going to open up my my duffel bag and probably take out some various things from my armor and immediately
Huge cloud of
begin.
dust when you tuck yourself onto a bunk.
Oh yeah.
Probably
There's like
pop
a little cloud.
pop my helmet open for the first time. I don't usually pop it open most of the time, and maybe grab something to eat out of my pack.
Okay. Like is it like a bland, null tasting energy bar?
Probably maybe if they have anything like an energy drink type thing in this, it's like
Okay.
a meal and a drink. I'm probably going to just start downing that.
Tasty wheat.
Fight milk, made by bodyguards for bodyguards.
All right. So you begin the takeoff procedure.
So like next to you, Rayleigh, you hear, and I'm guessing you look down at the screen. Okay.
I looked down at it.
Miss Rayla, shall I make the jump calculations, or shall I assist you? Question mark. That's what it says on the screen.
That depends on what skills we're using for it.
Computer user, right, isn't it?
Yep.
You can, what's your modifier?
But it's up to you.
You can't ask people about modifiers.
Right, well,
Nope.
your
Just asking
assistants should be
questions.
Are you
grateful,
confident?
because
Are you confident in your ability to do it, or do you trust the droid to be sufficiently programmed?
I believe I am quite confident in my ability to make the jump. However, I have not been to DRUCKENWELL. If you have its location, any help you could provide would be a great assistance to me.
I do not believe I have a jump to DRUCKENWELL, and if I did, it would be very.
No, but you've got you've got a nav computer aboard the ship. You can always access that. So who's
My
making...
memory banks do not contain information on this system.
Who's
I guess
making the
I'll make
roll?
check then.
Okay, right. So you've got ample access to the holonet, and people are always traveling to DRUCKENWELL. So
It's
data
on
is
on that
data's going to be
transmitter,
less than a
so-
day old. Yeah. So let's see here.
Quick out of character question due to not knowing the universe. How long does a trip like this actually take in Star Wars?
It depends where we're going.
Yeah. One thing I'm wanting to bring up is that the one system in Saga that I am not going to be using is the travel time system because it makes no sense. It's literally a D6 randomly wherever you're going. The system from the old, from Revised Edition, actually is based on what section of the galaxy you're going to, and it seems to make a lot more sense to me. So, I'm going to bring that up real quick.
The old one from the Revised Edition is based upon... Oh, are you traveling from the mid-rim to the core?
Yeah. So, I will have it up in a moment. I'm going to make this available to you guys in a handout in the future. Didn't have it ready for today.
This system at least has a more definite course how long it takes based on distance, where Saga just says, oh, it's 1d6 randomly, times your multiplier, whatever we roll.
Yeah, I didn't think that was very sensible. We're using pretty much everything else from Saga, but I really liked this table. So...
Cool things in 3.5 that convert pretty well.
Yeah. You are rolling at a base of a D10 because your astrogation data is less than a day old. You are trained with use the computer, I am assuming.
Yes.
Only a person trained with use the computer can calculate a jump to hyperspace. Blah, 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 blah.
Is keeping an eye on his radiation patch to make sure the ship's not leaky.
Now, you are currently in the inner rim, and you are traveling to the mid rim. So... that's going to confer a base travel time of 48 hours. And,
This data is spooling out on my monitor.
yep, you're analyzing this maybe. And, the DC modifier is going to go up by 2. So DC 12. And yeah, make me a roll.
Guess I'll assist.
Now the rules for assisting, let me bring this up here. I actually have these in a handout.
Just turning off that one thing. Ignore that 1d1.
I had to beat a 10.
So yeah, sometimes the individual heroes react to the same circumstance. They can work together to help each other out. In this case, one hero is considered the leader and makes a skill check, while the helper makes a skill check against DC 10. For each helper who succeeds, leader gets a +2 circumstance bonus. So yeah, give me oh, you already rolled it?
Yep, 13.
Okay. All right, in the future, maybe wait until we're kind of more, in line with the system. So yeah, you get a +2 bonus to your roll, Rayla.
On to your butts. Here we go.
I think that was your target number.
I think it was.
Well,
That's with the plus.
oh, that's
Yep.
with the plus. Okay.
Good
Oh
job.
boy!
Good job, little astromech.
I only rolled a 4.
Wow, that was pretty bad.
Yep, it's a good thing. Like, I think you miscalculated. What happens when you notice that Rayla has miscalculated signal?
There's like a message. Miss Rayla, trimming that course 2 parsecs to the west will result in our collusion with a star. I have auto-adjusted the course to compensate.
Ah, good. I forgot about that. It seemed to be the faster route at the time.
Fortunately, no one else is there in the cockpit
no one
to
else
hear
can
this
see that.
exchange. So you quickly adjust the heading, double check everything, and punch the drive. So travel in hyperspace, this is going to take 48 hours.
Multiplied by whatever our hyperdrive is.
Yeah, multiplied by hyperdrive. So normally, a Guardian class is fitted with a class 1 hyperdrive, but checking your hyperdrive shows that you actually have a class 2 on here, which means this is going to be a 4-day journey. Be glad you're not having to use your times 10 backup.
Yeah, the backup's there for a reason. It's better.
Yep.
Times 10 journey is better than Lost in Space.
Yep, very much so.
When you don't see Roddick during these 4 days, you'll definitely hear the clomping of his heavy metal
I'll
boots.
come over the intercom. Well, ladies and gentlemen, aboard the dirty ship Guardian.
You are the Far Ranger.
We're the Far Ranger.
Aboard
It's
the
like-
Which
dirty
seems to
Far
be
Ranger,
intentionally
we are bound for Druckenwell and
ironic.
should arrive in about 4 days' time by my calculations. You're now free to move about the cabin. Thank you.
There's like a rocking in the ship after everybody gets up, and then like the ship like stabilizes after that. But like everybody, like it's like airplane turbulence for just a moment. And I think like Rayla, like your eyes widen, you look around, and like you put your hands back down on the controls, and then everything's fine after that.
Looks like I need to spend some time in the engine room.
All right, so you guys have 4 days until you reach the I think it's the Dolder sector.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dolder sector in the mid-rim. Does anybody like? How do you guys get to know each other? And like, do you guys like? I'm really interested to hear what you guys kind of do during this time. Like, it doesn't have to be like a whole lot of stuff, but what happens?
Roddick's probably going to try to schedule 3 strict mess hall times in the ship for everyone to assemble and get their crew food in between completing their duties. And if somebody doesn't have anything to do, by God, Roddick is going to insist that they help him get this ship presentable.
Are you keeping the astromechs on a strict schedule since they don't require sleep?
Yeah, in fact, I'll probably at some point come up with the signal, and I'm probably going to inquire about his capabilities to operate a vehicular weapons turret. I'm curious if he can accomplish this.
It says but my programming does not include the operation of a vehicular turret. I mean, assist in mechanical repairs, piloting, or shield boosting abilities.
Yeah, we're going to hear shield boosting, and then he's going to say
I'm going to yell in from the common room again and say, "It's pronounced turret, you rust bucket."
Still turned to me. That's what it's always been. So
Roddick's
turret sounds weird.
Roddick's going to kind of glance up at that and then glance down to signal when he hears the shield thing, and he's going to say that I think that you might have some use when we get on the ground. We'll have to discuss it later. And then I'm going to kind of pause and say, you don't need to use the display with me. Just slow what you're saying a bit. And then I'm going to start walking towards Jin, actually, where I heard Jin's voice.
Yeah, so Jen, are you do you have like your feet up on a table in the mess hall and you just like perusing a data pad, or what are you doing?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. At one point in the mess hall, I want to talk to Roddick and tell him to just cool his friggin' jets and
Yeah, I mean, he
let
comes
me
storming in as usual.
Let me do the talking until the shooting starts next time.
Roddick's gonna cross his arms and say, "There's one condition. I'm gonna need you to use some of the spare credits you have to rent out a room in the name of us on the other end of town, not where we're going with the suspect. I know this syndicate. They're very likely to be sending people. If this guy has any association, and I'm more interested in catching the fish that show up for him than I am some petty smuggler."
And I was just like, yeah, whatever, just stay out of my way.
It's good to say I'll stay out of your way right up until a bullet starts headed your way, and then I'm going to kind of shake my head and say that the way you're going about things out here on the outback, you're likely to get yourself in a lot of trouble, Jin.
The last bullet that was headed my way was yours.
Roddick
I'll
kind of
walk
shrugged
in
and
at
said,
this
"That wouldn't
point.
have killed you."
Well, I'm glad to see we're all getting along. I think I'll just saunter in and sit on one of the chairs, put my feet up on the table. So, we're going to DRUCKENWELL. Can't say I've been there. Anyone tell me why we're going there?
Sector Ranger business. Picking up a prisoner. Nothing she needs to worry about.
Right, I'll just worry about getting the ship then there, shall I?
I think you have your hands full with that.
Does seem that way.
Roddick is going to motion to Jin and ask, "Are we going to use Rayla for air cover when we reach the planet?" Notably, air cover sounds like overkill, probably.
He's already in custody. I don't think we need any ground support just yet.
Roddick is just going to kind of cock his head slightly to the side, and then he'll just say, "I'll remind you that you said that."
I don't even know what the planet looks like, and you're asking me for ground support already?
Roddick, you're like, you've obviously never played in a Star Lancer campaign. We'll have gunships in the first 10 minutes.
Roddick's just going to kind of sit down and say that we need to be ready for anything. When you're talking intergalactic syndicates, you never know what they can send your way. Definitely do take this one seriously. Maybe just mouthing off, but I know almost everyone to mouth off about a syndicate to end up either at a river or some sand dune somewhere.
I'm gonna tell Roddick that if the Yuuzhan Vong show up, I'll buy him a rocket launcher.
Well, if you treat them anything like you treated me, Roddick, I'd be surprised if they get a chance to mouth off.
Do you rub like a particularly sore, tiny little scar on one of your Leku?
Indeed.
Roddick's going to turn to Rayla and kind of look at her and say that, well, it seems like you turned out all right. You've turned your life around and are doing something productive with it, other than driving around.
It's a job. It's a place to be. Plus, besides, did you see the parts they have for requisition back at base?
Look at the bright side. At least you might be able to find yourself in a situation to break the speed limit legally this time.
That could be.
Roddick,
there's probably
looking to skirt the law? Say it ain't so.
Oh, of course not. You'd have to have justification before I would authorize any breaking of the limitations.
Yeah, as per Article 2, Section 3.
As Rayla rolls her eyes.
Oh, so it's up to the junior officer now to authorize things.
He's gonna look to Jen and say, "So, what do you make of this? What do you make of the suspect? What approach do you want to use?"
Well, I don't want to start out with stun darts and net guns. How about that?
Make sure we confiscate what he was smuggling. We need to make sure that any illegal weapons are disposed of properly or turned over to the proper planetary governments.
I think the local rangers already took care of that.
Roddick comments that we may need them as evidence, though, as well. We'll have to see.
Evidence or new toys for Mr. Concord?
Roddick,
You spot like an empty grenade like holster on his belt.
Roddick shakes his head and says things would have to be pretty desperate for me to willingly destroy evidence. And I'm going to kind of look appalled at the suggestion that I would be wanting these flash grenades for myself.
So, during your trip, do you take any unusual actions, or do you guys just kind of mill about?
Well, I think I would look over the general state of the ship, as many things as I could. I would also like to clean my room as best as possible.
That's going to take you like a full day, but you're welcome to do it.
Well, I think I want to.
I was going to ask, how much could Roddick clean of the ship, starting with his quarters?
Oh, you can clean, and it'll give you something to do for the entire journey.
Oh yeah, I'm going for it.
Yep. And then I want to examine that log I found earlier that said it would take some time.
Yeah. Give me another use computers check.
I do that a lot today.
Yep.
Where is my
I think
sheet?
it's a trained skill for you. I'd be so boned.
I only have a +1 int. It's mainly just trained skill modifier.
Fortunately, you're an authorized user, so you do not get a minus to your check.
Only got an 11. Not
Yeah.
very high.
You can see that like there are corrupted logs in here from before. You see that like the last time this ship was registered, it was to the Imperials, like the Galactic Empire, like way back when. You're not able to really see too much beyond that. You can't even really see where it came from. But like it was apparently used as a patrol craft in service to the Empire, and I think the main thing you get from this is like you're looking through like a partial manifest, and you're able to see that like one of your two astromech droids was actually like listed from that time period. The N41 was like listed. Maybe it's like an error in the system or something.
Either this is an error or he's been here a long time. What was the date? Like 80 years ago, you said? Is that the same date?
Yeah, something around there.
Probably bring it up with the others. So like, were you aware that one of these droids has been on this ship for nearly 80 years? At least so that the logs say.
Do you think maybe he has information logged that the ship's missing?
Could be. Can't say I had a great time with the ship's computer. It's pretty old.
Roddick nods and says it's a fixer-upper, but we'll get it operational. I'm kind of you could probably see him carrying around a mop at the moment, even though he might be taking a break.
I can't say much. I mean, the ship's in rough shape, but you know how much one of these things is worth? An old Imperial patrol ship like this?
We'll pick up some paint at our next stop.
Oh God.
It is every astromech's final duty to go down with his ship.
All right. So 4 days later, you guys arrive in the Dolder sector and come out of hyperspace in the Druckenwell system. You emerge in orbit around Druckenwell. There's like a moment where the engines sort of like tick a few seconds before engaging, and you're able to kind of get underway to enter the planet's atmosphere. You are hailed by planetary security as you enter their airspace. Basically a standard hail. Checking your like basically it's a ping checking your automated registry, and asking your business on the planet.
What'd you say our ship's name is? The Ranger?
The Far Ranger.
Far Ranger.
Oh, this is the Far Ranger out of Denon. We're here for business with for Sector Ranger business in relation to a captured criminal.
Yeah, so the control operator is obviously a droid, and it just responds very neutrally, like your business has been logged. You have been given proper authorization under Sector Ranger Code 33 Alpha. Please proceed to docking port 10. Yeah, you're given like a flight path down to the planet, and you're informed that like someone will meet you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll go on the comms. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now making our descent to the planet of DRUCKENWELL. We're apparently going to meet a representative on the surface. So best look your best, eh?
Roddick's going to pop in on his comms and ask Jin to get the car started and get the car prepped for drop off once we land, and then he's gonna start heading up to the bridge, probably strap in up there if there's some sort of a jump seat.
All right. So yeah, you get up to the bridge and strap into a seat in time to see the capital city of Avali come into view. DRUCKENWELL is a very cosmopolitan planet. Pretty much all the landscape that is not one of its vast oceans is covered with cityscape, and it's definitely a very very I guess progressive world, and a very very economically powerful one in this sector. So yeah, you fly in low, and you see like the buzz of civilian traffic down below you. You can see a few other ships like exiting the port and booming off towards orbit. This is definitely one of the major ports in this sector of space right now, with given the current state of order. And yeah, you are directed to your docking bay, and within just a couple minutes, you're able to pull into what is actually kind of like a fairly nice starport. There's like a lawn and trees outside of the port, and it's like a kind of a donut-shaped port. You fly in on the kind of the outer edge of the donut, and like the outer edge of the bay is actually just open. You fly right into it. You don't really see anybody around, and you're able to kind of touch down. You see one single maintenance droid inside that kind of like whirls to life as you enter, and it seems to be like dragging over a refueling cable.
And once the landing gear hits the ground, do we have time for like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, definitely so.
Okay.
So we can take a break here.
Back in 5 then.
Yep.
Sounds good. These rich people are gonna like us taking a friggin' grenade launcher equipped car through their city streets. If Jen's even gonna agree with that, it should be interesting.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, man. Anybody else back? Yes, not. Are you going to authorize the use of driving our grenade launcher clad vehicle through this nice city?
Well, we can drive it to get where we're going.
Yes, okay. Making sure you weren't going to be like, it'll make us look bad. Anybody else back yet?
I am back.
Cool, cool. Jace is back too. And, so we're just waiting at Foster McLeod then.
One second. I'm back. Foster and Cloud still going, I assume.
I believe so.
This is one reason why we typically don't take 5-minute breaks.
Yeah, sorry, Jason. That's
No.
No, it's fine.
I'm
I'm
really
not
had to
against
pee.
it. It's when we do. The twins have no notion of what 5 minutes actually means.
At least they
not
have
a
that in
problem,
common
though.
with Morrison.
Yeah, this is true.
I have a bad sense with that too.
Morrison has a bad sense of like what a day and a week is too. So
Yeah,
I'm back.
welcome back.
Welcome.
Turned plus food.
Nice. All right, so everybody's back. So you guys exit the Far Ranger, and you find yourself in the docking bay. I think you were talking about getting the land speeder down. So like maybe one of you is backing the land speeder down, and you as you're kind of observing this, you see one of the doors to the landing bay open, and you see a pair of obviously armed individuals walk in uniforms.
Recognizable uniforms?
Have you ever been to DRUCKENWELL before?
Probably
Probably
not.
not. Probably not
So
here as
no,
well.
they definitely look like your typical security forces, though.
They look like they're
they see you
official
and they,
identity.
yeah, they see you. They don't have like their weapons raised or anything. One of them has like a small carbine, held in his hands. The other has a pistol in his holster. They see you and they start making a beeline towards you guys, not in any particular hurry. I assume.
They didn't say we would meet a representative on the ground, so.
Yeah, Chen, you see these guys, and I think you probably like pull the speeder to a stop and hop out.
Yep.
Yep, Roddick's going to climb out of the gun turret since he's partially exposed up top anyway. And just jump down the side of the vehicle onto the ground and join Jin.
Right, so the one in the lead is a human, and you can see that the one holding the carbine is a Rhodian. The human kind of raises a hand in greeting. Says, "Take it you're the sector rangers we were waiting for, huh?" Like gives you guys kind of like a look over.
Yep, I take it he has a prisoner that's waiting for us.
Roddick's immediately going to hold up his hand and say, "Do you have your identification with you?"
He looks at you, and like him and the Rhodian like exchange a look, and let me check something here. Give me a persuasion roll, Roddick.
Okay, let me go for it. I don't think that's gonna go very well for me. Let's roll persuasion at -2. Hell yeah.
Ooh. You actually got a 0.
Wow.
So they look at each other and like, sir, you're on our planet here. Let's see some identification from you first.
Roddick is immediately
Like
going to go
they
for...
take like a slightly more aggressive sort of posing. Like they don't take their gun, like they don't take a more like aggressive stance, but they stand a little straighter and like they look a little bit offended. But both of these guys definitely look on the younger side. They definitely look like junior officers who got sent here because nobody else wanted to come.
Roddick, do we have a badge or something, or just a patch on our uniform?
Oh, you definitely have like a hollow interactive badge that you can pull out of your pocket and activate.
Shen sighs audibly and rubs his forehead.
Roddick will positively provide them with an ID immediately, and then probably ask again to see theirs, even though I'm clearly annoying the hell out of them.
Yeah, so the human walks forward, examines it, takes a look, looks at you, gives a look at Chen, and then over to the ship. You can see him wince a little bit. Then yeah, he says, "Officer Karn." Then he points to his friend and he says, "This is Officer Prin. We're here to escort you to the holding cell where your prisoner is waiting." And they show their identification.
Do you have transport, officers? I'm going to motion back to our transport.
He nods, shakes, like he's like nodding as he's kind of like looking at your land speeder, like what the fuck. He's like, we do, sir. If you would prefer to bring your own vehicle, Sector Rangers are licensed to bring personal vehicles onto DRUCKENWELL for official business.
Very well. I think we'll follow you. I'm going to turn to Jin and see if he looks like he's agreeing with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. We'd prefer to stay independent here, so we'll just follow you to the office.
Roddick is notably, we taken Rayla and Signal? Because I probably would have.
I'm not sure. That's up to you guys. They're not technically sector rangers, but it's really up to you because, like Roddick, you definitely spotted that Rayla could be useful, and that's why you're kind of bringing her here. I don't think she's an official deputy yet, but she's definitely recognized as like sector ranger ancillary personnel, given that she's like your pilot. And S-19 is ancillary property, so to speak. So you can technically bring them along if you want. It's just if you guys would and if they would want to come.
Roddick's going to suggest it to Jin. He's going to say that the droid could be useful with the vehicle. There's a spot for a droid on the vehicle. It's usually for a mounted droid.
I want to bring the droid.
What about the pilots? We could use an extra pair of hands if something goes wrong.
Just ask Rayla if she wants to tag along.
I think I'll probably punch up my my helmet comm and ask Rayla to come down here and join us at the hover speeder. Make sure she locks up on the way out.
That's not a problem. I mean, I've been locked up on the ship for what? 4 days, plus however long it took us to get to Danan in the first place? You want to ask me if I want to come down on the planet?
Just stay with us. Don't get in any trouble. I'm going to probably reply back as I start making my way back to the hover speeder to climb into the launcher without saying another word to the other officers, kind of leaving Jin there to deal with them.
I come down to them then.
I follow after.
All right, so eventually, Rayla and Signal walk and roll individually down the ramp. Rayla locks it up behind her, and by the time they get down to the speeder, the two officers have pulled around to the front end of the landing bay, and they've actually pulled out onto like a small path that's like in front of the lawn almost, and you realize that there's like a ramp leading down from the landing bay to like directly to the outside. They're like in like a black speeder, open topped, and they pull around to the side and they wave to you guys. I assume you pull in and follow them.
Yep.
Jen is driving? Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guess I'm in the co-pilot / astromech / hookup, whatever that happens to be.
You don't actually have an astromech hookup for a land.
Does it have an SCOP link hookup?
You can roll in, but this was not meant for you to directly interact with.
Okay.
You're ostensibly just riding around in the passenger compartment.
All right.
If you guys want to modify that later, that's up to you. So yeah, you follow them off into the city, and it's like maybe a 15-minute drive. You guys notice that the planet is actually fairly well off, considering it's not like in the inner rim, and it's been doing pretty well since the collapse of galactic civilization. It seems to be a fairly prosperous world. I think Roddick, you notice especially that it seems to be a fairly orderly environment. You don't see a whole lot of downtrodden areas. Don't see a whole lot of graffiti or anywhere. I know you're probably keeping an eye out for that sort of thing.
Looks like a pretty upscale place. Wouldn't expect a whole lot of crime here.
Upscale prices have upscale crime. I'm just going to reply with a deadpan tone.
I'm probably just leaning back with my hands behind my head, as reclined as possible as I could be.
Yeah, I think you're probably enjoying the fresh air. It's a pretty clean planet, despite its industrial facilities.
I'm up on a tread looking out a window.
Yep. You've extended your tread a little bit. You're just kind of peeking out. So you guys eventually get to what is ostensibly the local security hub. on I guess on this end of town, and you're shown to a gate very similar to what you have back at Sector Ranger HQ. One of the officers kind of leans out of his own airspeeder and has a conversation with one of the guards. You see that this is a fairly heavily defended area. There's a a turret tower here. It's probably big enough to take on armored vehicles. After the conversation, one of the guards comes back to your vehicle.
Quick question. This is I don't know if this would be perception or tactics, but just because I'm paranoid about this place and about a syndicate dealing with this guy, do I see any noticeable security weaknesses in their defense as we roll into this place?
That's certainly something you can look for. Give me a tactics knowledge roll.
Sounds good.
Wow, the dice have not been kind today.
No, they have not. I think I rolled a 1. In fact, I did roll a 1. I just have a huge bonus on that particular skill.
You see absolutely no flaws in their defense. I think you're pretty distracted by the model of turret that they have. You're like pretty impressed.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm completely impressed with that turret. Damn it.
Yeah. You recognize that this is like a Blast Tech D45. And you suddenly remember that Blast Tech, one of the primary arms manufacturers in the galaxy, has major manufacturing complexes on Druckenwell. So, this appears to be like a rare, newer model turret. It seems like pretty heavy duty, and you're definitely kind of distracted by it. And you think to yourself, like, man, if they've got this, nobody's getting fuck all in here without their permission.
Can I make a knowledge technology to print out to display the exact specs of said turret to him?
I don't know if you'd have those. Maybe you would. Scan it or something.
Yeah. Give me a roll. Your DC is going to be a little bit higher than normal because this is a new turret. And you're far from a new droid. 21. Yeah, so you I think you can determine that this is like a newer version of a previous year's model that was pretty venerable. It's definitely got high enough statistics to breach your own lightly armored vehicle.
So Roddick gets like a screen where it shows the old model and the new model and the comparison.
Yep.
I think Roddick's just gonna kind of look it over for a moment and then dryly remark that I guess it's a good thing that we're on the same side here.
So as this is happening, Jen, there's a guy who walks over to the driver's side, and you roll down your window. He hands you a data pad, and he says, "If you'd please, I'd ask you to sign here. This is just a standard form acknowledging that while you're inside the facility, you will abide by local regulations as per code with your own sector ranger laws and forms."
Well, I guess I'll look it over, see if there's anything
It looks
out of the
pretty
ordinary.
standard. Do you want to give it like a pretty thorough check over?
Yeah, I don't like to sign things without reading them.
Give me a bureaucracy check. Yeah, it looks pretty standard. You notice that they are not going to be letting you take your weapons past the first checkpoint. Like that's like one of the things you're agreeing to here is ostensibly you're entering what is this a holding facility, and you are going to be responsible for turning over all offensive armaments, which will be returned to you promptly as soon as you exit the facility.
Roddick's going to leave his slinker pistol in the vehicle and hope that they don't call him on his integrated weaponry.
Hmm.
I'm not going to leave it in their custody. I am going to leave it in the vehicle.
Well, you're not the one that made the roll, so you don't necessarily know this unless Jen decides to share it with you.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I apologize.
Yeah, so Jen, you notice all this. Do you go ahead and sign it?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and sign it.
Okay, yeah. He looks it over, nods, and he hands you a set of badges that signify that you're official representatives of the sector rangers, and you're allowed into the building. They're like little clip-on hollow badges. I think there's probably one that has like a magnet for signal, and he nods to you as you pass them back, and he waves to the guard at the gate, and you guys are waved into the compound.
Rolling him with the vehicle then, or are we going? Are they waving us into coming up? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, they wave you basically into like a secured parking area. Like it doesn't look like they take any issue with you having a grenade launcher on your vehicle because they have this parking lot well and truly secured.
Roddick's going to holler over to Rayla as we start to roll in that ask if perhaps the our green member of our group should perhaps stay with the vehicle. We should be back pretty shortly once we pick this guy up. Should be a simple transfer. What do you think?
I see no problem with that, being as I get to relax here and wait for you to come. It's should be a quick, easy pickup, yes?
That's what I suspect. Roddick's going to comment offhandedly.
Right, so you guys are exiting the vehicle, and Rayla decides to stay inside. You notice there's it's like maybe 4 or 5 speeders parked in this vehicle repository. It's open air, like there's this large reinforced wall around the parking lot, and it goes right up to the back of the holding facility, and on the corner of the wall, that's where the turret is. You hop out, and the two guys who had escorted you from the landing bay are hopping out of their own speeder, and the human nods to you, and he says, "Right this way, please. I'll lead you into check-in."
All right, well, let's go to check-in then.
All right. So, yeah, you guys start walking into weapons check-in, and yeah, I think he hasn't said anything, Roddick. Maybe that's intentional. Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe,
very likely.
Maybe this is the penalty for accidentally almost shooting him with a flechette burst. You walk in. You see there's like a long hallway in front of you with various checkpoints, and before you even get to that, there's a checkpoint right here. A large what is this species called? I think it's a... Yeah, a large caliche. I will link this. Steps out of the booth. You notice he's got like a pair of stun batons on him, and like a really heavy duty stun pistol. He steps out of the booth. He nods to the other officers, and he says, "Before you could proceed, we would very much like to check in your armaments, please. If you will step into the scanner."
How far am I away from the vehicle? Like, would be some ways in, probably, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you're in the hallway.
I'll give him my 3 weapons that I have on me and step through the scanner.
All right. Yeah, so you turn over the weapons. He gives you an appreciative nod. "Thank you very much." You step in, you get scanned. It chimes with like a blue symbol over it. And you're allowed through the first checkpoint. Signal, do you have any integrated weapons?
I have a blaster pistol.
Okay, so yeah, you roll up.
I'd like to make a deception check to try and confuse the scanner.
Okay. Give me a How are you trying to do this? How are you trying to deceive the scanner?
Like rearrange the other tool arms so that it would hide the pistol.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Go ahead and give me a roll. Nope. You roll into the scanner, and there's a boop boop boop, and like a little spectrographic image of Signal pops up. I think this is like the first time you're seeing this, and I think Roddick's the only one that sees it because he's like on this side of the scanner. You can see like there's like several compartments inside of Signal that like look very odd, and it looks like he's been repaired, and like this section of the motor looks like it's been replaced, but it's definitely flagging what looks like a almost like a collapsible like integrated blaster pistol. The Kalish steps forward. He says, "I'm afraid if we are going to allow your droid in, he is either going to have to accept a restraining bolt, or he is going to have to stay at the checkpoint."
Gonna kind of exchange a look with Jen, kind of see if he wants to send it back to the car, or what his if he wants to try and bring him in. I'm gonna kind of.
I'm just gonna say, oh, it's a new droid. Go ahead and bolt it.
Okay, so he nods very well.
Is the pistol detachable?
I don't think so. I mean, like, it functions as a pistol, but I'm looking at your person. I don't see, like, a slot where, like, a full-on pistol can just pop out. I would think a pistol has to be modified for you in order to use it.
The tool arms are reconfigurable.
Yeah, reconfigurable. You can't just hold it in an arm, is
what I'm thinking. Can you detach it from the pistol forward, for example? And just have an empty arm.
You would have to have someone perform maintenance on you to do that, because you cannot reach inside yourself to do that.
You can perform mechanics checks on yourself.
Not inside yourself, though.
You can.
You're arguing with the dungeon master. You can perform like mechanical checks on systems, like you're trying to reroute something.
Well, he put that pistol there, so.
You cannot if you cannot physically reach it, you can't physically do it. If you are attempting to disengage some sort of emergency lock and just drop it, the thing is, it's like entirely inside your body. Like, that's the advantage of having it integrated. And this guy is literally just walking up to you with a restraining bolt. You don't have like a whole lot of time. Are you just attempting to detach your arm and eject your arm from your body?
I wanted to redetach it from the pistol forward, like so it still have the arm.
So you're going to detach the forward section of your arm and eject it from your body.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. Give me a mechanics roll. All right, yeah, that's good enough for wait, what is that? Okay. That's good enough to do that in this time. So like he's approaching you with the restraining bolt, and you open a port and you just like shoot out what is ostensibly the barrel and trigger section of a blaster pistol, along with a section of your arm, and it just like clatters to the floor. And like he looks around, he like takes a step back, and he looks to you, Concord, and the two officers who were like standing with him like look around bizarre, and they like just kind of look at you, and they're like, very well. He reaches down and he takes the blaster, and he kind of holds it up oddly and looks at it, and he puts it in a locked container.
Roddick's going to withdraw his heavy handgun, pull the clip out of it, turn it around, and hand it to them, basically handle first, and wait for them to take it from him. He's going to put the clip back in his pocket.
All right. Yep. He takes the pistol, and he says, unusual model. I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist you turn over your ammunition as well, considering that is combustible.
Roddick's going to glance down to it and consider that somebody could possibly use this and kind of understand the reasoning, and he will hand him the ammunition. And as I do that,
All right.
I will say, I'm going to kind of raise my arm up and say, the armor stays on. And so I'm going to...
for a sector ranger, we can make an exception. Please step through the scanner.
I'm gonna cross
Roddick
my
nods.
arms and smirk and watch what happens.
Yep, Roddick's
So, yeah.
going to walk right into the scanner.
Roddick, yeah, you step into the scanner. It goes off, and it highlights your wrist area on your right arm, and it highlights, and it's like non-lethal weapons detected. And the Kalish once again steps where it says, I'm afraid, Officer, and he looks down at his data pad. Officer Concord, you're going to have to turn over your, and he's in the process of doing this, and the door opens nearby, I guess near Jen, and it opens, and a large sort of stocky Rhodian steps out, and he says, for crying out loud, just let him through. He's a sector ranger. If it's non-lethal, he can have it. This way, gentlemen. And the Kalish looks a little bit abashed, and he kind of waves you through.
He's not going to say anything snide to the Khalees, but he will turn to the newcomer, and he's going to nod and say, appreciate the courtesy, and then I will follow him.
Narsh Pren, security chief for this level. He sticks a hand out, and this is he's got really really long, kind of cylindrical fingers, as like a Rhodian does. Do you shake his hand?
I'll shake his hand and ask him to take us to the prisoner.
Yeah. He nods.
Probably keep an eye out and see if I notice any people that I've run into before locked away.
Oh, I wish there was a luck check in this system. Yeah. So he starts to escort you through the corridors, past some holding cells. You see what is ostensibly what you have to imagine is some sort of swoop gang that's all been locked up together, and they cast glaring eyes at you. He starts to kind of explain the facility, just kind of as a courtesy, and he explains that there are several levels to the facility, but it's generally just a temporary holding facility before people are sentenced or moved off to a more permanent facility. And after a few minutes, you guys are shown to an interrogation room.
While he's leading us there, I want to ask him if they might be able to extend his stay a little bit, because we might not be leaving the planet right away.
And he looks to you and says, "Really? I was not informed of this."
Roddick's going to turn and say that we have a few ideas. If you have any idea of how valid the suspect's claims are, anything to validate his association with this syndicate?
He shakes his head. He kind of just snarks. He's just like, you have no idea how many people we get claiming to have vital information that they want to trade for a reduced sentence. The only reason we gave him any credence is his cousin is confirmed to have been arrested in conjunction with a dealing with this organization. And he looks down at a pad that he's carrying. He says the Hurek Dar. Haven't had too many dealings with them here, I don't think, but it came up on the system, so we decided to hold him.
Roddick's going to kind of pause for a minute, and he's going to think about it for a second, ask if he knows, you have anybody that may have had connection to them being released today?
Released? No, he's scheduled to go after he meets with you. He's scheduled to go on with his sentencing for looks like he was illegally selling plasma grenades.
Not him. I meant anyone else associated with the organization.
Oh, he shakes his head. He says, afraid not.
Unfortunate. I was hoping to get a rumor out there. I'm going to kind of turn my head back and remain silent, kind of let Jin do the talking with the guy for the moment.
So yeah, you guys have been shown into a room, and it's obvious that you're now like waiting for the prisoner to be shown to you. At one time, he's talked into a comm link attached to his lapel. And it's clear that the prisoner is on his way. A few minutes later, escorted by I think it's a Twi'lek guard as well as a security droid, a human male, roughly matching the description and the picture that you have been studying, Chen. Is led into the room. He's led in, and once he's there, the guard undoes his cuffs and like kind of steps to the side, and the suspect is like, I guess he kind of just rubs his wrist and kind of looks at you guys, and the security chief just looks at you and he says, if you guys have any trouble, I'll be just outside, but we'll keep the guard in here.
Fine with me.
So
he steps out,
and
yeah, like you basically have like a table in the center of the room that's like bolted to the floor. You've got a couple chairs, and there's this kind of lanky, not too healthy looking individual who's shown into the room, and he kind of like looks suspiciously at you. He has not yet taken a seat. Chen, I assume you're seated, and maybe Roddick, you're like kind of standing behind him with your arms crossed.
I was actually about to say I'm standing behind him with my arms crossed. I'm letting Jin do the talking at first.
I'm gonna say, have a seat. You don't look so good. Has prison been rough on you?
Yeah, he like narrows his eyes at you, and he goes to like take a seat sort of hesitantly, but he kind of backs it up a foot away from the table, and he says, "What would you know about it? You don't look like you've ever seen the inside of a prison."
Say, I've seen the inside of a prison, but never from your side.
He just
And I want to
kind
say,
of glares at you.
I'm just gonna kind of look him up and down and say, you weren't really what I was promised. I don't know if you're gonna be very useful to me.
Like you're the Sector Rangers, right? You need information on criminals. I got information on criminals.
I'm gonna say, well, information isn't exactly what I'm interested in with you, but maybe information would sell more than your body would over in the Kessel Spice Mines.
that really gets his attention because he was not expecting it. You see his eyes widen a little bit. Can you give me a
Is there a? Let me see here.
Can I use a knowledge criminology check to assist him?
How would you assist him?
By beeping to Roddick.
How would beeping to Roddick assist Chem?
Yeah, I kind of have to be like
psychological profile or
reading the
something?
display, and it's. I don't
You
know.
can talk
I don't
to
think that's
Roddick.
really something that would really happen in the moment very easily. But
Alright.
Able to
I guess
assist
he could-
Jin, but he might
I
be able
guess
to
he-
assist Roddick.
I guess
can
he could
understand
talk to
him.
Roddick, and Roddick could like whisper something to me.
Um,
although-
Well, if you want to do that as your own action, you can, but that doesn't look like it's going to immediately help
Okay.
what he's doing right here. If you want to take that and maybe do that while this conversation is going on, that's certainly something that I think you can do. So give me like a persuasion check just to see how. Well, actually, this is deception, really. I think.
Yeah.
Give me a deception roll. That's pretty good. Yeah, you can see that like you've definitely like kind of freaked him out a little bit. He's like, whoa, man, look, nobody said anything about being sent to the huts. What do you want to know? Look, I've got information. Look, I've got information on the Hurak Dar. That should be worth something.
Roddick's going to just step forwards, put his hand on Jin's shoulder, and I'm going to kind of growl out in a low tone that I think we should still use him for bait. In front of him, make sure it's loud enough that the guy can hear.
Bait for what, man? Look, he looks really flustered. Signal, are you trying to like analyze this guy's like behavior?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ignore the guy and talk to Roddick and say bait doesn't pay my bills, but selling bodies does.
All right, so I will let you I'll let you roll that. Yep, you got over a 10. So on his next check involving something with this, you can have an assist on that. So you adequately kind of assess Signal that this guy is he's definitely kind of scared. His posture is obviously giving that away.
Subject exhibiting.
He also doesn't seem.
So you get
he
like
also
subject
doesn't seem to have-
exhibiting increased pulse. Blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah blah.
You also get like that his eyes are kind of tracking back and forth really rapidly, like he's desperately thinking. Does not indicate to you that he's put a lot of thought into whatever is going on. Does not indicate to you that like there's any sort of like prior planning aside from whatever it is he's telling you. So it seems like maybe whatever it is, he might be truthful, he might not, but like whatever it is, he hasn't like had some grand scheme concocted. So yeah, he's like looking at you. He's like, "Come on here, guys. I've got stuff. Look. I know where a bunch of people are going to be meeting. You're never going to have this opportunity again."
I'm just gonna say, meeting people, whatever. I don't really care. If you have some way to make yourself valuable to me, you better spit it out.
He's looking back and forth. He like looks over his shoulder at the guard. He's like, "Do you hear that they can't sell me to the huts? That they can't do that, right?" Like the guard just kind of like stares at him blankly.
I was telling him, what happens to you now is out of this guard's jurisdiction.
Yeah, he's
I
obviously
own you.
sweating. He's like, what?
Well, how about this? I heard you were selling some pretty high-end hardware illegally. Maybe you hook me up with some of those goods, and some of those goods are some of your contacts, and maybe you'll be useful to me after all.
This time he looks over his shoulder and he looks at the guard. And he's like, "Look, they got all my stuff. I can tell you who I was getting it from, but that's small stuff.
Plasma grenades. That's some serious hardware. I'm just going
like
to make a comment.
You have no idea what goes through this planet.
Well, you're right. I have no idea because you're not giving me any idea.
All right, so he's definitely pretty intimidated. He's like looking about, he's licking his lips. It's like, come on, just can't we reach some sort of deal here? Just get me off of some of the time off of the charges, and I can give you the leaders of the organization. I know where they're gonna be meeting.
What organization and why should I care?
He looks at you like absurdly, and he's like, the Hurek-Dar, like, don't you know anything? They're like the biggest black market organization in this sector.
Oh, hold up, I'll be right back. 1 second.
So if I was playing this literally, Chen would stand up and leave the cell, and this guy would just pale.
I could potentially
Left alone with Roddick.
Does
That's
Roddick
funny.
start interrogating it? If he does, I'm gonna use my searchlight like the interrogator light.
Okay, sorry about that, I'm back.
Aw.
Welcome back.
I
So
say the Hurek-Dar, that's a mighty big name for small man like you to be throwing around.
look, my cousin works for a guy. He works for Eden Kreth. This name definitely rings bells for both of you Sector Rangers. Eden Kreth is suspected to be one of the bosses of the Hurek-Dar Syndicate, if not the big boss. He's a Deveronian. Let me link that real quick. I keep forgetting that you guys probably don't know all these species. He's a Deveronian with like deep ties to like criminal syndicates in this area for like the last several decades. He's suspected in very violent crimes and murders, but nothing's ever been able to like kind of be pinned on him. And moreover, like nobody's ever really been able to like pin down his location and locate him. He seems to be like kind of constantly on the move. Nobody knows where his headquarters is. This is a really, really nasty guy.
How do you know where this is happening?
He's like,
Looks a little big time for someone as small fry as you.
look, my cousin, my cousin's filling in for one of Kreth's guys. It's like he got sick with something, and he had to fill in at the last moment. All I know is he was bragging to me. He said it was his big time opportunity. There was some sort of meeting. It has to be some big time deal going down.
Reddick's just gonna shake his head. He has something in his mind, but he's gonna turn to Jin, not wanting to interfere with what he's doing.
I'm gonna say, well, my cousin knew a guy that was a Sith Lord, so how about this? We're just gonna load you up and take you back to my ship, and on the way there, if you can convince Roddick here that there's some reason we shouldn't just head off world with you, why don't you let him know?
Well, you can't do that. He turns back to the guard, and he's like, they can't do that. And the guard just like stares daggers at him.
Roddick's gonna kind of lean down right now, put both fists on the table, and look at him with his helmet point blank, which is just probably eerily reflecting his own face in the helmet. And I'm gonna say, let me explain something to you. Your cousin has a big mouth. Your cousin is dead. You have a big mouth. You are dead. This is your only option, so I would recommend compliance.
Can I get a perception check from Rayla, please?
Okay.
Cloud's like, wait, what?
I'm like, when did I enter the scene? Perception. My perception is not good.
You're still in the car. That's a bad sign.
Get a whole 1.
Ooh.
Boot. That's 7.
Okay.
I noticed
So
nothing.
can I get a perception check from the 3 other people? in the room. So Rayla, a couple minutes ago, another vehicle was shown into the compound, but you didn't really pay too much mind to it. You were you had your feet kicked up on the dashboard. How are you spending your time, Rayla? Just like kind of sunbathing? Like did you have the window down? You're just kind of basking in the sun, or what were you doing? You were checking the HoloNet, or?
I imagine I'd have the window down, but I'd be leaning back with probably like a data pad or something. If not, I don't have a data pad, so maybe I'm just using whatever the land speeder has, just been checking the HoloNet around.
All right. Yeah. So you didn't really notice anything. Just looked like a standard kind of prisoner transfer. Looked like typically like nothing seemed awry. Guards kind of came out of a prison vehicle, and showed like a prisoner into the facility. Everything is proceeding as it has been. Roddick, you're super focused on intimidating this guy, and in Signal, I think like maybe you're kind of excited to be involved in this interrogation, but Jen, like your like steely cold observation is heightened as ever, and like I think Roddick has got his hands on the table and he's leaning forward, like just intimidating this guy, and you're looking past him. And you see that there is a trio of people walking down the corridor. There's two guards and there is a prisoner in between them. What you notice, however, is that the guards have weapons. The prisoner has a weapon as well. Seems to be like kind of he's attempting to hide it, like with his arms are crossed, but he seems to have some sort of holdout blaster that he's trying to hide behind his arms. You definitely notice that that like this prisoner of all people has a weapon, and these two guards are just escorting him down the hallway, and the prisoner kind of casts a glance in the direction of the cell.
I noticed this. I'm gonna tap Roddick on the shoulder and kind of give him and sort of look over at these guys that they're walking past to kind of suggest Roddick, keep an eye on him.
I think that Roddick is gonna look up, and I guess I'm gonna look in the same direction he is, since he hasn't said anything. Do I see anything?
You look up. You rolled a 1, so no. You look up and you just see like people being transferred. Like you see like some guards walking a prisoner like just outside of the cell.
Roddick will look over the prisoner and ask Jen, "Somebody you know?"
So like the prisoner looks over, and his eyes start to widen, and when that happens, the prisoner on the other side of the cell and the two guards start to raise their weapons. I think everybody needs to roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Everybody except for I guess Roddick and Signal. You guys are going to be rolling with a -2 because you were surprised, but this was not a full surprise round. Ooh, Jen rolled well.
Am I included in the everybody roll initiative or not?
Yes. 2.12.
I think I rolled the wrong thing. I rolled perception. Hold on one second.
Yeah, roll initiative.
At the very top, there's a button that says initiative.
Oh, is that the one I need to roll?
Do you want us to
'Cause
uncheck
I rolled like the skill. for
Yeah,
initiative.
you roll
Well,
initiative.
the dex as decimal is how it breaks ties. Made no difference for Roddick.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. I think you rolled the skill too, Rayla.
Oh. Well, it's still 16.
Wait, where is the difference on the sheet?
At the very top, there's a button that says initiative, and then the button below
Oh,
there's a check.
Yeah.
I see
But
the
I
difference.
get the one at the very top. I think
if
that
we
probably.
if we push initiative, it puts us into the turn order thing, which I don't think is actually shown yet.
No.
It puts us into that if we had tokens and such, which we don't have tokens, so it's not actually doing it.
I wish it would do it from the character sheets.
Oh, so I think
it
mine
does
would
it-
just be.
In order for it to work, you need to actually
We're going to
have
keep
a,
your roll because it's the same stat. It should be no
here,
different.
I'm pretty sure.
I think it just adds your dex score as a decimal to break ties or something.
Yeah. If we had tokens on the board, if we had the tokens selected and push initiative, it automatically puts us into turn order. Because we don't have tokens, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, well, I think maybe I'll come up with a secondary page for us to just have tokens on, but we're not going to be using them. For now, you got a 22. Why didn't it show up as a...
I got a 2.
Oh god. Poor little signal.
3 plus 1
Is it-
minus 2.
Jen's the only one knocking it out of the park with the initiatives.
Well, I'm not trained in initiative, so. Neither
You
is
trained in
Rayla.
initiative, Jen?
He is. He has a +5
Yeah,
in there.
yeah, I'm trained in initiative.
Nice.
If you hover over and they have a +5, that's the training.
That's cool.
Fox says
No,
nothing's
no
playing right
music.
now.
Okay, just making sure my.
We will have
headphones
that in a
work
second,
right.
but having to do this initiative stuff sort of slows it down.
Oh, no problem, man.
Well, we probably should just make some tokens and put our names on them and just stick them in the corner somewhere where we don't actually.
Yeah, like I said, I'll do that eventually. The problem is having tokens for all the NPCs. Let's see here.
I do wonder why they have initiative under skills and there's a thing up top of the button. Seems weird to have it as 2 separate buttons.
Yeah, it's a little odd.
Because the one at the top is easier to reach. And the
Maybe-
bottom one,
maybe
and the
you-
bottom one doesn't trigger the token stuff. I don't think.
I think the
Maybe
top one
you'll
allows you to do modifiers.
occasionally use initiative for something other than a turn order. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean you can.
I don't think you can put a modifier on the initiative button up top, can you? I didn't see
The
any
one up
button for
top
it.
automatically using your dex.
So if you have like a modifier to your initiative, you'd have to use the skill, I would think.
The button up top probably references the skill below, I would imagine.
Let's see. When Victor rolled both of his, he rolled different things, got different numbers. Maybe.
Because the button up top expressly says roll initiative, which is the skill below, to turn order window.
Ooh, that's a lot of initiatives. Oh, that's not good.
I'm rolling for the guard too.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, holy crap.
Oh, okay, because one of Roddick's rolls was perception. Okay, that makes more sense. I was thinking, why are these different numbers?
A side note, what type of grenades are mounted in the grenade launcher, if any?
I think it just you haven't converted them to do anything other than your typical blaster or your typical
So they're
damage.
typical
Explodey type.
grenades, or-
Explode.
Yeah.
Yep, that's been on my list of things I was looking into getting for eventually. But when you're broke, don't have a lot of options.
I agree.
I really want to get smoke when eventually, but
There we go. All right. Fitting that that Chen goes first, and poor Signal down at the bottom.
Good thing nobody's going to be shooting at a droid.
Yeah, this is true. All right. So, one last thing.
How big is the area we're in, and how far are they away from us?
You're in a holding cell that's roughly, I would say, 4 squares by 5 squares. So, like, a square is 5 feet. Not that big. Like more like 2 squares by 3 squares. So it's like 10 by 15, and they're in the hallway, near, like, on the other side of the like the bars. Sorry, my soundtrack thing is being a little slow.
Do I have to activate my shield, or is it on all the time?
I don't know. I'll have to take a look at that when it comes to your turn.
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Well, you're asking me, so I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking if you knew.
Uh-oh. So Chen, you're sitting behind the table. You've like pointed to these guys, and it seems like pointing to them, directing Roddick's attention to them, and him directing Orville's attention to them is definitely set events in motion, and you see that they're in the process of drawing weapons. The 2 guards that are apparently not guards are drawing some sort of rifle weapons. They look like stun weapons. But the one with the pistol, definitely that does not look like any sort of stun pistol. What do you do?
I'd like to flip the table over, like on its side, and take cover behind it.
Okay. All right.
That's probably my whole turn right there.
Yeah. So something I'm going to point everybody to under the gameplay handouts. Going to come up pretty frequently. Types of actions and special combat rules. So types of actions are pretty much every action that you can take during your turn. And let's see here. Pretty sure this is going to come up under special combat rules. Under cover. Concealment. Yeah, so you definitely have cover if you go and try to flip this table, but There is an unfortunate little side effect here. I described that the table was bolted to the floor. So you get under the table and you put your back into it to flip it, and it does not flip. I think like you put your back into it and there's like a kunk, and you look down and you see it's bolted to the floor. Do you try to like rip it off its hinges and flip it over anyway, or what? It doesn't look like this is a particularly this area is made particularly for gun battles.
I think I'm going to use my inspire confidence action and yell at Roddick. Time to shine.
Alright, so what is
I know you snuck those through security for a reason.
So what
awesome.
does inspire confidence do?
All allies in line of sight, they get +1 morale bonus on attacks and skill checks until the end of the encounter, or I'm dead/unconscious.
That's awesome. What type of
That is
action
super
is
cool.
that?
That's a standard action.
Nice. All right. So yeah, you move beneath the table. It is not determined to be great cover, although you're still technically beneath the table, so you get a little bit of. I think you're gonna get partial cover from this, maybe. And you just yell like, "Roddick, time to shine!" The guard goes. I think this is like a fairly sensible order, actually. He was standing near the door. The Twilight Guard. He turns. His eyes widen. But I think he's confused because I think I'm gonna have to make a roll here to see what he does, because he sees you like taking cover beneath a table, then he sees a pair of guards with stun weapons pointed in your direction. I'm gonna make a perception roll for him to see if he notices the fact that the prisoner has a weapon as well. Alright, let's see what his modifier was. Probably not enough to overcome an 8, but maybe so.
If he was trained and had a +3 in the stat, then he would overcome it, but...
Yeah, so he does notice the pistol, his eyes widen, and he goes to fire at the guy. So he's going to make an attack roll. I'm hoping this is set correctly. I'm gonna give this guy partial cover because there's he's not trying to shoot the guards next to him. I think he's still unsure what's happening with the guards. Uh, 13. Not an well.
Well, they haven't acted yet, so are they flat-footed?
That's only if it's a surprise round.
Oh, okay.
And you, fortunately, were able to kind of nullify their surprise on you. So yeah, he fires like a stun blast, but his bolt goes wide, and it like impacts into the wall nearby. Narsh. So that's the sector, or I guess the security chief. You don't see him, but I think he's now going to make a perception roll to see what happens too, because he's like, there's now a random gunshot going off. Oh god.
Oh god.
Okay, so I think what he does is he runs into view, and he shouts, "What's going on?" And he looks in horror as I think probably one of the assassins turns his gun on him, although we haven't got to the assassin's turn yet. Orville, the prisoner in your room, like, sees this shit. He dives out of the chair and he flings himself, like, behind Roddick and, like, tries to scramble underneath the table, with Shen. There's not a whole lot of room down there. Rayla, you're in the turn order, but I don't think you hear anything yet, so we're just gonna pass your turn. I think you discover some interesting news on the HoloNet. That's interesting news about, like, a particular engine, like, coming back in style.
Interesting.
All right, so Assassin 2 is going to turn his gun on Narsh.
It's worth noting, this is the surprise round still, right? Right now?
It's
There's no
not
surprise round.
not surprise round because Chen rolled well enough to negate it.
Okay. Anybody who has not acted or not taken their turn is flat-footed.
There's no surprise though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you got the surprise round, whoever acted in the surprise round wouldn't be flat-footed, but in the normal turn order, if you haven't actually taken your turn yet, like, Signal will currently be flat-footed.
So you're flat-footed,
flat-footed
until your
until
turn
you take your
comes
first
up in the
turn.
first turn, even if there is no surprise
If
round.
you lose
Yes.
initiative, you're flat-footed.
It's just that if
until
you
your
get the
first round
surprise
comes.
round, like, if you acted in the surprise round, you're automatically not flat-footed because you acted.
No, what if there is no surprise round though?
Then it's just, if you haven't taken your turn yet, you're flat-footed.
Okay. Flat-footed is
For the first
what, a
round
minus.
of combat only.
Flat-footed is just remove your reflex
No,
or your
there's
dex.
no dex, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay.
It actually has a box for it on the defenses page, but yeah.
That is not enough. So he turns and he fires a what is most definitely a stun rifle, like straight down the hall at Narsh, and like it goes straight over his shoulder. Yeah, and by this time you're definitely recognizing there's a firefight going on. Assassin 2 turns his gun.
I think you mean Assassin 1, right?
Yeah, technically Assassin 1.
Just making sure.
He's gonna go for the guard, because the guard is shot at him. Not enough. So he fires at the guard, and the guard manages to, like, dive out of the way, but, like, there's basically no cover in this room. Roddick, your turn.
I'm going to engage my helmet loudspeaker and begin repeating as calmly as a machine and as very loud as I can possibly make it, prison breach, prison breach. And I am going to, I guess, try and take partial cover on this door, kind of crouch up against it, reach my right gauntlet out, and I am going to attempt to unload a flurry of darts at the prisoner, since I figure he's the one that's most or less likely to have any kind of armor if he's posing as a prisoner.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that probably makes sense.
And yeah. Definitely pressed up against the door, so I kind of crouched down, aimed out through my gauntlet, and I don't even know if my head's exposed fully, because I probably have that track.
Well, remember, they're basically bars here, so you could just kind of, like, fire through the bars.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna try and fire right through the bars then. Do you want me to just roll a
Yep,
the
roll an
modifiers
attack.
I should have?
No.
Excellent. Okay, let me roll it right now. Let's shotgun go. And I roll a 2 because, oh my freaking god.
How did you roll a 0?
I don't even know how did I roll a
We
0?
rolled a 1, so it's a nat 1, it's an auto miss. +1, +2, and then -4 because you don't have proficiency.
Oh, and I should have added a +1 from the inspired confidence, but that's still obviously horrible.
Yeah, nat
There's
1
that-
is a guaranteed miss. Wow. Okay, so
It's not just a miss, that's like a critical
Roddick,
miss.
you shove your gauntlet out there and you trigger the flechette, and it's the
All right, Star. This is where you get to decide. Are you using critical failure rules?
Of course I am.
Yeah,
I was in the middle of describing this. You hear the gauntlet whirl up and go, and then like you look down at your display and it says faulty munitions, and you eject it, and it's the shell that the Toydarian gave you at the beginning of the session. It seems it's like jam, and you have to like eject the shell, and it's like it's a faulty canister of flechette, and it's the exact one that you replaced.
Oh god, that's perfect.
That was a gift from an old friend.
Yeah, that was a standard action. You still have a swift.
I figured swift action was like turning on his
standard
speakers
move
and talking, but
You can fall prone.
Yeah, I kind of duck back on this side of the doorway up against the wall, like put my back
Well,
up to it.
again, the doorway doesn't matter. The wall is made of bars.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna definitely.
It should be noted, if you are prone, you are harder to hit with ranged attacks.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I'll immediately drop prone after my attempted shot just jammed out while I'm trying to fix my launcher.
Okay, yeah. So you realize that, and you're like, oh shit, and you just like drop down to your belly, and I think you look next to you, and Jen, like you're down beneath the table, and you see Concord drop down, and like he's messing with his gauntlet, and like you both share a glance. All right, so Assassin 3 goes. This is the prisoner. He takes a shot at Orville, who's got partial cover, fortunately. My partial cover rules go. Let's see here. Creature with cover gains +5 bonus to reflex. I'm going to say he's getting a +2.
Right now, Rodic.
he's prone on the floor. He's gonna use a full
man.
turn action to fill out a complaint form.
Can I use a move action to draw out my compad and start yelling at this tour date now? Yeah. So the prisoner, quote unquote, who apparently is an assassin, like aims his holdout blaster and fires like a red actual blaster bolt like straight into the table. It strikes the leg and like kind of deflects slightly and goes into the floor like right next to Jen's head. Nobody shot with it, but it was a close call. S19. Oh wait, flat-footed. Oh, it still would have only been a 1. Yep, so that's good. All right, S19.
I am going to extend my shield generator so it covers everybody. I think it's basically my square and then 10 feet out on each side of me. And,
okay. Yeah, you can roll up and basically cover. You can cover everybody under the table, and I think you can barely cover Roddick.
Yep. So I have to move to get there.
Yeah, you only have to roll forward like maybe like 5 feet.
I elect not to move, and I cover who I can right now.
Okay, you can cover the table.
Okay. And then I shine my spotlight at them. Yeah. Because
right, so
I have to give
you
up my
activate your
standard if
spot,
I move.
yep.
That's why I was asking.
Yeah, so your spotlight, what negative does it give them?
Here. I wrote it all down. Badash.
Yeah, fire your spotlight. -10 to stealth checks.
You compare the attack roll of 20 versus their reflex defense. If it passes, they get -5 to attack rolls, perception checks, blah, 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 blah. -2 if they fail.
Why is that not in the? All right, that needs to be written down because I could not make out what you were actually saying in rapid fire.
Right there.
So what is
It's
what
in the
is
box.
20, that's like a normal attack and compares against their defense.
Okay.
And if it passes, when it would normally hit, they take a -5 to do all that stuff in that blob.
Yes, so that's definitely a success. All right, so -5 to attack rolls perception. That's good. Yeah, so they're free and blinded. So S19, you roll up and you like open a port and just
Open a
suddenly,
port and this flood of light comes out.
yep, thump. It's like this spotlight that just like blinds them, and I think like they all kind of like raise hands over their eyes and like oh. All right, so we move back to the top of the turn order. I think in the background you're just now hearing an alarm start to go off somewhere. So Chen, you're down beneath the table. What are you doing?
Well, since they're kind of disoriented for the moment, I'm going
And
to.
I will clarify that. Well, I'll just make sure you know that the Twi'lek guard, who is on ostensibly your side, is probably like 6 feet away, kind of like scrambling towards you guys, like trying to find some sort of cover.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to like scare and intimidate the guys by just screaming at the top of my lungs, "Burn them alive, Roddick!"
Meanwhile, in the speeder, looks like it's nice in the Dragonflyer Nebula today.
Yep.
I think that's a persuasion check.
Deception. Because Roddick doesn't actually have a flamethrower yet.
Signal could.
That's a pretty good deception check. Let me check deception mods. Moderate deception is believable and doesn't affect the target much one way or the other. You have most of the props need. Yeah, so no modifier. That's good. Yeah, I think they hear burn them alive, Roddick. This is kind of a two-step thing, though, because they don't necessarily know who Roddick is, and nobody's technically threatening them with, like, potential burning. But I think you see them like they're already like kind of stunned by this by the flash or the spotlight, and I think like you see them like looking around like what is he talking about? If somebody makes some sort of motion to potentially like make them actually think somebody's holding up some sort of flamethrower, that might complete the illusion. So the guard goes and he scrambles for cover back behind you guys. I think he actually scrambles behind Signal and crouches down behind Signal.
God, we have the picture from Luke.
Yeah, already we have the picture from from the freaking Sector Ranger handout. And he takes like a shot at one of these guys. They get 5. Okay. All right, let me take a shot with him. Ooh, that's definitely a hit. So yeah, he takes like a bead on one of these guys, and I think he's like propping his gun up on top of your head, Signal, and he fires out a like a stun burst, and he catches one of these guys like squarely in the chest. I think it's the assassin. One of the assassins in the actual security uniforms. He takes a stun blast to the chest and like staggers back. Narsh, you can hear yelling over his comlink and like firing blindly down the corridor towards them. Like he's obviously firing in their direction, but he's basically just trying to distract them. Is there a cover fire option? I don't think there is.
I think it's just a function of aid and other.
I think this is like fight defensively, maybe.
Fight defensively improves your own defense. That's what you want.
Yeah, that's ostensibly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, it lowers your attack roll and raises your defense, or you can not
Okay,
attack
yeah.
and get a huge bonus if you're trained in acrobatics.
Yeah, so he's going to fire out one of these things with a -5. That's definitely not a hit with a -5. So yeah, didn't expect it to, but he's fighting defensively, and gaining a +2 dodge bonus as he's running down the corridor. You can hear him like yelling for backup. It's probably a smart thing to do because he's kind of like in a shooting gallery at the moment. Orville continues to like hide behind Chen. I think he grabs your coat and like just like pulls you in front of him almost. He's like, "Don't let them kill me." Rayla, from the speeder, you hear like a like going off inside the facility, and I think like you can see like somebody in the parking lot like turn their head very swiftly towards the entrance and like raise their hand up to like a comm link.
Yeah, I think I would probably do the same. Like, probably try to calm someone. Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. So you like, who do you try to calm?
Probably Roddick. I'm sure he's got one somewhere in there.
Yeah. So Roddick, you're on the ground, attempting to like unjam your flechettes, and like a comm opens up on your helmet or in your helmet comms, and Rayla is just like yelling like, "What the hell is going on?" You can respond for what you would respond in 6 seconds. Roddick,
Uh-oh.
did we lose Victor?
Whoop, you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, I bumped the mute button. Sorry about that. No, I'm gonna scream out. They've got to have an escape vehicle. Don't let it leave. That's gonna be the answer I'm gonna scream out to Rayla as.
Don't let
Fixing
who
my
leave?
Yep, and that's about as much as you get. Assassin 2, I think starts backing down the hallway. Like, they all start shuffling down the hallway and takes a shot towards Orville. In mostly the general direction of Orville because he's got so much
Yeah.
so much shit in front of him.
Not to mention they still got light and all up in
Yep.
their eyes, so
That's a -5 to hit, right?
yeah.
Man, it's gonna take him like a natural 20, I think.
That spotlight owns.
Oh, it's pretty high. -5, that would be 18. Minus, I think he's getting -2 for partial cover from the table, -2 for another partial cover from from using Jace's cover. 14. What is his? This could be close. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, that actually succeeds in hitting him. What was the damage roll? Whoa, 21. Fortunately, this was a stun blast.
Holy
So-
crap!
So
Is he
what
covered by
happens-
the shield?
Oh yeah, what happens with a read the effect of your
Reduces the
shield?
damage
Sword.
by 10.
Okay, so he gets hit with 11 points of stun damage. So he's behind you, Chen, and he's like, don't let him kill me, don't let him. And he just gets shot right in the ass with a blue bolt of lightning, and he's like, and he goes partially limp on you, and he's like, I think he's pulsating, and he's like, he's not knocked unconscious, but he's he's definitely shot with a stun blaster. Next guy goes, and I think he fires at Roddick.
In the general direction of Roddick.
Yeah, again in the general direction of Roddick.
I will say-
there's no way that's a hit. So I think what happens though is he actually shoots Roddick, and it just like gets absorbed by maybe your armor, Roddick. Like you get shot, and it just kind of absorbs off of your shoulder plate, and you're unaffected entirely.
Oh man, I can see if it's like a blaster up, and probably the whole reflective metal probably gives a bright flash, and then it's reflected.
I will say one thing. Given the room we're in, it's a damn good thing these blasters aren't on auto fire.
Yeah. Well, you can only have certain blasters with auto fire, fortunately, and it's fortunate that apparently they were only able to sneak in one actual lethal weapon. Roddick, what are you gonna do? It looks like the assassins are kind of starting to back down the way they came. Like it looks like they're definitely in retreat, although they're like still giving off parting shots. One of them has a lethal weapon.
That cannot be left to stand. Roddick got an idea while he was down here. Which one is currently in the lead for the direction that they're headed? Like, who's furthest away from me, I guess, if they're withdrawing?
Assassin 2, he's like maybe 2 feet further.
I am going to immediately start standing up, and I'm going to start walking towards them with like a Michael Myers style.
I will point out that Assassin 3 has yet to fire this round.
That's entirely fine. I'm going to I'm going to just walk towards them like the frickin' Terminator, and I am going to attempt to fire a bolo round into the guy that is currently like in front of them, hoping that since they're blinded kind of right now and scrambling backwards, that he might actually kind of end up being a.
So you're going to fire a
tripwire.
Tangler?
I'm gonna fire a Tangler at that guy. Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me a Tangler shot.
I'm not even attempting to take cover right now. I'm walking forwards.
All
Let me
right.
see here. I am going to roll my Tangler. Stand by. Finding it. Here we go.
Before you do that,
do I have any modifiers other than the
Plus
+1
one.
from
yeah,
Shin?
yeah, +1. Just
Awesome.
your +1 from Chin.
Cool. God damn it!
Yeah. So you fire, and I think I think like you're you get like another message from your Tangler this time, and it says like compression failure, and the Tangler fires, but it goes like 45 degrees to the left. And like it's obvious that only part of the compression charge went off, and like the streak of Durowire just goes flying off to the left, and like it's like tinsel wire, and it goes right into a wall. Victor,
Oh my God.
your rolls never cease to just make my day.
Not
They also
having proficiency
make
of
me
his
so
weapons is killing
disappointed.
him.
Yeah, I know.
I'd like to think that seeing Roddick stand up after I yelled out something about flamethrowers that maybe they'll all be a little
Yeah.
scared now.
Yeah. Give me a deception check, Roddick.
Let me
And you
do
can do
this.
it with +2.
Sounds awesome.
And is your
Let me give it a second.
inspiration only to attack rolls, or is that to skill checks
It's
as
skills
well?
as well.
Okay, so
plus
+3 total.
Ooh, wow, nice.
Okay,
Wow.
yeah. Yeah, so I think you get up there, and even though like it's obvious that like things are like malfunctioning, maybe there's this like guy who's just been partially shot with a stun rifle. This is the only guy in like full battle armor. He's stood up and he's walking towards them, and some like they're blinded. It's a really confusing situation. They're tense. They know they have to leave. I think. Is there such a thing as a morale check? If there's not, I'm gonna make it something.
Well, you'd be like for deception, you would check it against their will save.
Yeah. Yeah, is that what deception actually
There's
says?
abilities that make people flee. I don't think there's anything like morale.
The irony is
Let me
here,
bring up deception. Let
if
me
they
just
try
read
to
this.
run, Roddick is going to be chasing them. That's the sad part.
Where are you going? Skills.
It might actually be persuasion.
Well, it's like I think this would be like deceptive information, and you make a deception check against the will defense of any target.
Intimidate, you
That
can make
sounds
as a
right.
check as a full round action to make people flee.
What check is intimidate? 'Cause
Persuasion.
That's not a
The function
skill.
of persuasion.
Well, honestly, I think he's like bluffing though, because he doesn't actually have a flamethrower. Deception.
Go ahead.
I mean, intimidate and deception like function similarly as far as making the rolls and stuff, like difficulties and whatnot.
Your call. I'm cool with whatever.
And if you are clearly outnumbered or disadvantaged, you take a -10 to the check.
Yeah, it says deception check against will defense. So, you rolled an 18,
19.
Yep.
19. That beats their will defense. So they turn and they start running. I think the last guy though, Assassin 3 is going to like fire one last time because he's still left in turn order, but instead of firing at their target, he's going to fire at Roddick because he is a threat. You've successfully convinced them that he has a flamethrower.
Oh yeah.
Maybe they don't want him to actually shoot the flamethrower at him. So here we go.
Probably just see like
Hold
a
out
horrible
blaster.
like beam silhouette of it.
Oh, that's nothing. So yeah, this one just totally goes wide, and they just start bolting down the passageway.
As Roddick's able, he's gonna pick up speed and go flat out after him.
Yeah. All right. So S19, they definitely like kind of run out of visual range of the cell, and no longer within your spotlight, but they're definitely in retreat. What do you do? Do you stay and cover the prisoner in Chen, or do you take off after Roddick?
I cut the shield. There's no more enemies in here as far as I know, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I cut the shield down to myself, and I wheel after him with the spotlight.
Cool. What is your max movement speed? Is it still 6?
It's 4 if I use treks. 6 for 1 round if I
Okay.
use hover.
Okay. So do you take off with your jets to try to
With
like
my
zip
hover,
around
yeah,
the corner?
yeah, to catch up
Yeah.
with Roddick, because I'm assuming
Okay,
he's moving
yeah,
6,
so-
right?
Yeah. You like there's like a squeaking of your tread as you zip out of the cage, and then you activate your jets and you like fly off down the corridor. Yep. All right, Chen. It seems like Roddick is running after the perpetrators. You've got the partially stunned prisoner still in your care, and the guard is still with you.
I'm going to open a comm to Rayla and tell her that there's 2 guards and a prisoner headed to the garage, and to fire up the speeder and get ready to follow them.
All right, yeah. So Rayla, you get that comms message. Do you have a response? Remember, this is happening during your 6 seconds.
Also, I spend a swift to recharge the
There's a-
shield.
I'm-
Or to start to.
There's no
Just noting.
garage, right?
Well, not
Uh,
really garage, but like the whole vehicle area
Parking lot,
that we
yeah.
Okay. What's the door of this facility look like?
It's your typical sort of double reinforced doors that you would see it like on a prison.
Which way did it open?
Outward.
I have to park the speeder against the doors.
That's great. Oh, that's awesome. So you're gonna. All right, we're gonna get to you in a second. I'm not gonna actually. Let's see here. The guard gets up. He gets to a knee, like he gets his blaster ready, and he gets near the table and he says, "Are you all right, sir?" Like looking at Chen.
Does he have like a blaster or anything, like a
He's
pistol?
got a stun blaster.
Can I ask him? Can I like get out from under the table and ask him for his stun blaster?
How do you ask him for his stun blaster? Like, I need to commandeer this in the name of the Sector Rangers, or how do you do this?
Say, tell him, give me your weapon in case more of them show up.
Persuasion check.
Or give me your pistol in case more of them show up, I guess. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, he says, yes, sir. I'll take care of the prisoner. And so he hands his pistol to you after thinking about it for like a long moment. Like maybe he's breaking procedure, but this is like not supposed to happen like at all. Like getting shot at in here. And he moves behind you to like secure Orville, who's like still kind of writhing with this stun blast. All right, yeah. So Rayla, you hop in the speeder and get it started up.
Yes. Well, I'm still in the speeder. I assume I just shift to the other seat, I guess. Would be.
Yeah, I guess that's true. All right. Starting a vehicle is a swift action. All right, so you switch over, start the vehicle, and yeah, this is definitely within movement for getting in there. But I want to see how are you just trying to like just move the back end up to it? Like you've seen the picture of it, obviously.
Yeah, it's kind of like rounded, right? I have no clue what's on the front.
So are you gonna put the nose of the craft up to the doors or the rear end?
Probably the nose.
Okay, all right. So yeah, you can just do that.
Speeders have reverse, right? I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, absolutely. They're hovering.
You can probably go sideways.
Yeah, they can. So yeah, you like squeeze out into the parking lot, and quickly like.
Uh-oh.
Blue Star?
Sounds like it.
If we had another net bump, probably won't realize it if it's like usual for about 30 seconds. It'll be like, why is no one answering me? And then it'll probably get discoed. That's
I'm
happened
trying to figure out
yesterday.
if how big this vehicle is, so I could figure out what the pilot check penalty for driving it is.
User in your channel timed out.
Yep, I bet he's been having a problem where his internet's been like flicking for like a second.
He did that
and
earlier
then it comes
too.
back.
User entered your channel.
Welcome back.
Where did I cut off?
You
I
were
think he
just
was
describing me nudging up against the door, and you cut off.
Okay, so you see a couple of guards, the security guards, like running across the parking lot with like blaster rifles, running in your direction, like yelling, like "What are you doing?" But you're not gonna have to deal with them just yet. You successfully moved the aerotech, like right in front of the doors and wedged them closed. That was a very smart move. And yeah, like out from the front view screen, I think like you can see like just like squinting down the hallway, you can see like a pair of security guards, or I guess prison guards, like running down the corridor, exchanging fire with several other guards, and there's like a prisoner with them, and you can see like there is a Kalish stepping out of the front security booth, and he's attempting to interpose himself with them, and he's got like a large, like some sort of stun weapon, and he's like firing it down in their area. Roddick, you are running right after them.
All the while announcing the various crimes regulations that they've broken one after another, and telling them to freeze and drop their weapons.
Are you trying
my
to catch
loudspeaker.
them, to tackle them? Or are you trying to catch them to fire your flechettes or your tanglers? What are you trying to do?
I am going to fire until I get close enough to potentially start grabbing one of them, but I am going to be charging after them firing
yeah,
while I'm
you'll be
trying
within
to catch
range
up.
to fire before you're within range to tackle, obviously. So which gun do you want to fire?
I'm going to try my flechette launcher again, and I'm
Okay.
going to try it whatever target looks the most opportune to hit. What would be the most like clear shot I have to them right now in this chase?
Definitely the unarmed prisoner, or the unarmored prisoner. He's lagging like maybe 2 feet behind, and like his orange prison outfit like definitely strikes you as like, ooh, vulnerable to flechettes.
I am going to give him a spray while telling him. I think right before I fire, I'm going to announce that Use of additional force is authorized, and then I'm going to open fire here.
Okay.
Let's hope I get this one actually work.
Come on, Roddick. Oh God, another 0. How do you do this? The odds.
I don't know.
You raise your gun, and what happens is the gun goes off, but you trip over a downed security guard, and you just go flat on your face. Or I guess you trip.
God.
Give me a. You're gonna give me a roll.
Oh God.
It's going to be a roll. Give me an acrobatics roll.
Oh, okay, here we go. Endurance should have been much more in my favor, but acrobatics it is.
Okay, yeah, so you trip over this guy, and you manage to, like, land on your shoulder and come up in, like, a roll. And you don't actually lose a whole lot of your forward momentum. You only have to stop for a second to get back up, and you start running after them again. And, like, your flechettes, like, just spray off of the ceiling. You see, like, several of them stick up into the ceiling, and a few others, like, dart around. I think the security guard that had been, was on the ground, like, gets one dart. I think he takes a poison flechette dart in the ass, and he's like, ugh! And he just, like, falls unconscious.
Injuries to officers in pursuit is a felony.
And Signal, you're desperately rolling along, but you're definitely not able to keep up at this point. But you know you're still in pursuit. Let's see here. I think we're back to the top of the order.
Am I in range to make spotlight shot at him?
You would be, but they're not looking. I guess you can make a spotlight shot. It'll only affect them if they're looking back over their shoulder to fire at you or Roddick. But yeah, you can certainly do it.
It affects their shots that they shoot.
You can certainly do it. Go ahead.
Certainly brings attention.
Ooh, that's a
to
green.
it.
Wow, you roll really well with those spotlights. Like
That's
you're
20.
like right in the freaking eyes. So the
Critical hit,
spotlight
as
goes
long as-
right over your
Critical
shoulder,
hit.
Roddick.
Critical hit, permanent blindness.
And I
crap.
take a quick action to
Recharge your shield.
recharge the shield, so it's back up to 10.
Nice.
That's the 2 actions acquired.
Nice. All right, Chen. You can hear like blaster fire down the corridor. You hear Roddick coming over his bullhorn, like yelling something about additional felonies, like with like officer down or something like that. And you hear like the spray of his flechettes going everywhere. Do you just remain in charge of the prisoner?
I'm gonna kind of like step out into the hall and just kind of look around, look to see if there's any other any other suspicious people headed this way or that way.
Suspicious, maybe not, but you do see off to your right, not in the direction that they fled, actually the direction that that Narsh Pren, the security officer, fled. You see that there's like a squad of like basically SWAT armored riot troopers like running in your direction, led by Narsh. They're probably like a turn away.
Can I like yell at them and kind of point like which direction they ran off to?
Yeah. Fortunately, Narsh is with them, so he recognizes you, and you're not an immediate target. Yeah, and you point down the hall, and they like yeah he definitely he starts like directing them down the hall that way. You get the feeling that Roddick's going to have like a shit ton of backup, and he's probably going to need it now that the assassins are sealed into the hallway.
Yeah.
So, all right. I'm going to remove the guard from the turn order. I'm going to remove Narsh from the turn order. Remove
Uh-oh.
Lose him again.
Remove. Bloop. Damn it. Oh man, such a bad time too. To be facing down 3 friggin' people for a moment.
Well, as soon as they turn around, they're gonna be blinded
User in
again,
your channel
basically.
timed
So
out.
they're gonna have a hard time hitting you.
Instead of this
Yeah.
grenade launcher on this thing, we need some type of like street sweeping stun cannon or something.
Let
yeah,
there be
grenade
lights.
launcher seems kind of extreme.
User
Well, once
entered your
Roddick gets done
channel.
with it, he'll have stun grenades on the grenade launcher.
I'm not
too.
sure why. I'm not sure why it's picking right now to do this. Where did I cut off this time?
I'll remove orbit. That doesn't sound like
I'll remove what?
Orville,
Or-
you removed
Orville.
Orville from the initiative.
we got
Oh,
to the
okay.
E and then you disappeared.
Okay. I'll remove Orville from the initiative. Cut back to Rayla. Rayla, you're in the speeder. You've got the nose pressed up against the door. You can see all this crazy shit happening in the hallway.
The-
But like two armored security officers like appear right outside the driver's side door, both with shouldered blaster rifles pointed right at your face, and like, "Get out of the vehicle! Get out of the vehicle!"
Okay, that seems fine. I turned it off, leave it right there, and get out.
They're like,
Gentlemen.
put your hands up. Put your
Okay,
hands on the
okay.
back of your head.
Okay, it's gonna be this way, huh? I
So, yeah,
assure you, gentlemen, I have nothing to do with people inside. For the
I'm
most
sure
part.
this has actually happened to you a couple times, although maybe not quite as aggressively. So yeah, you're removed from the vehicle, and like they basically like get you down on your knees and they start arresting you like for lack of like knowing what's going on. And you can see like there's like 3 other guys running from across the way. Can you give me a perception check?
Yay for my bad perception.
Okay, yeah, you notice nothing.
Officer, stop touching my ass.
Whoa, that was
I'm
not
with
a
the
stun
sector
baton.
rangers who are in the inside. Okay, there appears to be a prison break in progress. We're securing the door.
They're like, get down on your knees. They're very, very much aggravated. So the assassins get to the door and they start like to. I think, Roddick, you see that they're basically walking over the body of the Kalish that let you in here. You don't know if he's dead or stunned or whatever. They get to the door and like it will not open. One of them like runs to like a terminal inside the booth, and somebody yells something about a lockdown, and they start fiddling with the terminal, and somebody yells something about that did not do it, and somebody like looks out of the window and they say, "There's a freaking speeder outside!" And while this is happening, the prisoner with the blaster pistol is like leaning down, and he's taking an aimed shot at you, Roddick.
Was he blinded from the floodlight?
Yeah, he is. Let's see, where did aim go? For some reason this thing keeps... Yep, 2 swift actions. Ignore cover bonuses. You don't have any cover bonuses. He's got careful shot, I think. Does he? Yes, he does. Alright. So it's going to negate at least one tiny segment of the giant mag light in his face. Uh-oh. -5 plus 1. So, does a 21 hit you, Roddick?
How do I tell this?
Look at your sheet,
reflex.
and what is your reflex score?
Hang on, let me find that.
Right
the
below
left
your
side.
stats, left side, defenses, reflex.
The reflex total is what I'm telling you, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I have a 20. Well, I have a 20.
Okay, yeah. So he takes like a careful shot, puts his hand up in front of his eyes to like shield himself from Signal's freaking mag light spotlight. God, and like puts a blaster bolt like dead center of your chest. You take 12 damage.
Oof.
How much health did you go down, or what were you at?
32.
Well, what's your
Okay,
damage threshold? That's kind of important.
Ooh, that's a good point, actually.
Probably higher.
How do
than
I tell that?
12.
You go up to your hit points. There's a big box in bold that says threshold.
Okay, it's 15. So
Okay,
yeah,
so it
okay.
didn't
Oh,
pass
you're
that,
good.
so you take no condition damage. Yeah.
Is it my
so,
turn yet, or is it someone else's turn?
let's see here. Yeah, it's definitely your turn.
I would probably be screaming that there's no way. This is your last chance. There's no way out. Right before I got smacked in the chest with the shot, and I just think to myself, without even saying a word, that yeah, they've officially committed one felony too many, and I am going to be charging the guy with the gun at absolute full bull run yet, if I can,
Yeah.
while still firing the flechette. And once I finally get close enough to him, I'm going to actually next turn I guess probably I'd be close enough to him. You think?
I think you
no,
need like
you
a
can charge. And
you
let's
need a
see here.
feat to charge and fire. I think.
Oh, he's not fire. Are you firing your flechette gun, or are you trying to melee tackle him?
I was thinking of
something like
charging
that.
with. I thought it was going to take 2 turns, so I was thinking flechette first, then melee. But if I
No,
can
you
melee-
were right behind them. Remember, and they stopped. They've been stopped for a few seconds. If you charge in there, you can ostensibly tackle one maybe with your gauntlet, if you wanted to. Just to read it out.
Actions work. I was thinking about withdrawing my stun cuffs at the same time I'm charging.
You have one swift action, one move action, and one standard action per turn. You can give up a standard action to take an additional move or an additional swift, and you can give up a move action to take an additional swift.
Is drawing my stun cuffs a swift action, or is that something else?
Drawing an item is, I think it's a standard action.
Okay,
Good
in
move,
that case I will
actually.
not.
It's a
Let me-
swift if you put it on that belt you bought.
I have
Let's
the
see
belt.
here.
I don't have a belt.
Oh, I pointed it to you. I don't know if you bought it or not.
Draw or holster a weapon is a move action. What you could do is you could give up your standard action to draw your item and continue charging at them, but you wouldn't be able to actually do anything with it when you got to them.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm going to try to basically tackle and restrain this guy that just took the shot at me. If I
So
can.
you're gonna
Without
go
the-
for a
without the cuffs.
grapple.
I'm going to try to go for a grapple on this guy. That might turn into something more next turn. We'll see.
I think it sounds like maybe. Can you charge into a grapple? That sounds like something you can do. As a standard action, you can move your speed in a straight line and then make a melee attack at the end of your movement. You gain a +2 competency bonus on your roll and take a -2 penalty to reflex until the start of your next turn. Cannot charge through low objects. Blah blah blah. You cannot tumble. A grapple attack is an improved version of the grab attack. Grab attack, treated as an unarmed.
Throw
can
a complex
only-
attack at you right here.
You can only make a grapple attack if you have the pin feat, the trip feat, or both. All right, so grab is what you would be doing. As a standard action, you may make a grab attack. A grab attack is treated as an unarmed attack, except it doesn't deal damage. You take -5 penalty to the attack roll. You can only grab an opponent up to one category larger than you, and only one opponent at a time until it breaks grab. The grab creature takes a -2 attack penalty. Unless it uses a natural or light weapon, which technically that's what a holdout blaster is. Additionally, it cannot move until it breaks the grab. So you could run in here and grab this guy.
You can still use his weapons. That might be pretty. ugly.
Yeah. He would get a negative. No, he
Is
wouldn't
there
even
some
get
sort
negative
of
to
a
it because he's
disarm
using a
that I could
holdout.
do, or do I not? I do have to. Have
There
a
is a
feat for trying to
disarm. As a standard action, you may attempt to disarm an opponent, forcing him to drop one weapon. Making a disarm attack is a normal melee attack against an opponent who gets a +10 bonus to his reflex defense. If your opponent is holding the weapon in more than one hand, you take a -5 penalty on your attack roll to disarm him. So not that, because he's only holding it in one hand. If the attack succeeds, your opponent is disarmed. If you successfully disarm your opponent with an unarmed attack, you can take the disarmed weapon. Otherwise, it's on the ground at your feet in his fighting space.
So you'd probably need like at least a 20 to make that.
Yeah, he gets a +10 to his reflex. His reflex is in the teens-ish.
Oof.
I mean, you technically roll a d20, and your... What is your melee attack roll? It's,
I have a +1 for my race that I don't know if it's figured in.
Did we ever put an unarmed attack for you on your sheet?
I don't think we ever did.
We need... Oh, you have a gauntlet attack, don't you?
That's for the knife. I could use that.
Well, that would just give us a base. Let me look at your sheet. So that's not unarmed, but that's melee. It's very close.
Yep.
An unarmed attack would just be plus strength mod, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So it would be like a d20 plus your strength modifier, so that would be like a 1. It would be very hard to disarm this guy.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna go back.
You want to just shoot
keep
him?
it simple, stupid. Yeah, I'm sorry for derailing everything there. Trying to
No,
go
it's
for some
fine.
other options, but
You're
they sound
learning
good.
the system, and so am I.
Yeah, under the circumstances, yeah, screw that. I am going to instead attempt to fire another trank dart right at him. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm
Seems
gonna
advisable.
unload it on him. So let me roll that. Just a second. Again, sorry for that. I have a +1 from.
How long does
Chin,
inspiration last, Jen?
Um,
The rest
until
of
the
it?
encounter.
until the end of the encounter.
Is there any?
Or I die, or go
Okay.
unconscious.
Okay, nice.
So
Yeah,
do I,
this one doesn't require line of sight. There's another similar one that does, but this one doesn't.
I only have the +1 modifier, right? Just making sure to how I got
Yeah.
everything set.
I'm gonna give you an additional 1 because he is highlighted with a spotlight and he's not moving.
Oh, cool, cool. Definitely take it. All right, here we go. Please don't roll. Oh my!
Wow. So
How
about
do
those
you-
feats that let you get force points when you roll a 1, Victor?
How do you do that?
Clean your fucking
That's
gauntlet, Orson.
You've rolled 3 1s with the flechette gun. That's crazy. Man, if this was Dungeon World, you'd be like level 3.
I was just thinking that. That's pretty.
Yeah, so you
sad.
run forward and you unleash another flechette burst, and it like just goes straight past him and like splinks right into the wall behind him. Signal, you continue rolling forward. Do you do anything else?
How
Do you have
far
to
am
make
I
it?
away?
Do you have to make a new attack with your
Yes, I do.
spotlight?
It ends at the end of my turn if I don't do it. How far away am I?
You are probably let's say 2 rounds of full movement behind Roddick.
I'm 8 squares.
Yeah, roughly.
All right.
This is a long corridor, and he had like a jump start on you.
I'm gonna use hover movement to get as far as I can. That'll be 6, and then I'll just shoot it with the spotlight.
All right.
Oh, quick question. Back
Mhm.
when Roddick got shot, he wasn't within the shield, was he?
Oh, the shield's only covering me right now because I can't move, act. I can't move and act and extend the shield at the same time.
Good thought.
That's
though,
yeah,
man.
good thought. Oh, I see a red. Holy crap! People are rolling 1s like the shits. So yeah, you start rocketing, and your spotlight just lights up the floor as you're rocketing forward.
I still take a -2 though.
Okay, yeah. You're just
Same.
distracting. Yeah, like you're nowhere near actually getting the spotlight on them. They're just distracted by the fact that there's this droid rocketing through the tunnel towards them, and there's like this weird spotlight going off in the distance. Chen, your turn. You've got a weapon in your hand. You see that this backup squad has just reached the cell. Narsh and 2 of the squad have stopped, and they're like entering the cell. Narsh like shouts out like, "Is everyone okay in here?"
I just tell him. I just point down the corner and say, "They went that way. I got
The
them
other
covered.
the other
Go,
4
go."
soldiers are already like rushing down the section, and he nods, and he nods to the two that are with him, and he leaves them here with you, and he rushes off after the other soldiers.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of stay here, just guarding the prisoner, and
Yeah.
I also want to, if I have the time, open a quick comm to Roddick and tell him that backup's on the way.
All right. Yeah, you can do that. So Roddick, you get like a comms channel open up in your helmet during the middle of all this craziness.
Three suspects are cornered in the. I'm gonna list whatever room this would be called. I guess the entrance.
Yeah, it's just like the entrance corridor.
In the entrance corridor, they can't leave the exit. I'm not probably aware of what's going on with the Raylas.
Yeah.
About to take them down.
You say
is the
that,
last
and
thing.
you hear like a high pitched thrum from the parking lot, and we switch over to Rayla. Rayla, you're like, you're trying to explain the situation to these guys, and it seems like one of the guys is trying to listen, and one of the guys is actually hopping into the land speeder to move it away from the door. And as this happens, a couple other guys move up to assist this guy, and all of a sudden, like an armored land speeder tears out of like its parking space, like maybe 12 feet away, and just goes like rushing straight towards the gate. And like people start turning around, and it like lets loose with a I think it's what is this called? I think it's just another. Yes, it's just like a heavy blaster cannon. Blows part of the gate open, not enough to like just drive through, but it like smacks into it, and there's like a shrieking of metal, and like there's like an alarm going off, and everybody's like turning their attention to this, and this second armored speeder transport, which is painted ostensibly with the colors of the in the livery of the security forces here, just like crashes through the gate and like moves out into the street. What do you do, Rayla?
I'm still being detained on the ground, technically, right?
Oh yeah.
See? I told you! There goes some of their compatriots running off. The people that they're trying to escape with are still inside, though. If you move the land speeder, they'll be able to get out. Leave it there.
Yeah, so I think like the two guys there like change a glance, and the guy who's got like a gun pointed at your head, like he turns to the guy in the speeder, is like, "Hey, you hold it right there. Let me call this in." And he gets back on his comms. This is probably a very frustrating situation for Rayla, but pretty much every time Rayla is pulled over by the cops is a pretty frustrating situation for Rayla.
It does seem that way.
All right, Roddick. Bad news. You've cornered them, and they cannot get out, so they have no other alternative but to start shooting at you. Assassin 2 turns his stun blaster at you.
Oh boy, here we go.
That's definitely a miss. Assassin 1 does the same.
Oh boy, here we go.
Another miss. So you're running down the hallway, and you're just dodging these blaster bolts left and right. You can see Assassin 3 is like lining up another shot with you, but you have time to act
there we
before
go.
he does.
Worst possible moment.
What happened?
Oh, I thought we lost you. You suddenly went silent.
No?
Oh, we lost you
I
again.
didn't.
I
It
had
sounded
him.
fine to me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely lost you right after you said there's dodging blaster bolts left and right, and then you went dead.
Yeah,
I
you're
am.
dodging blaster bolts left and right. It looks like Assassin 3, the prisoner, is lining up a shot on you, but you have time to act before he does. You're within tackling distance, you're within vibro blade distance, you're within a lot of distance to do stuff. What do you do?
Thinking to myself, assault on an officer, and then I just say lethal force
I will
authorized.
mention that you see the Kalish on the ground. The guy who checked your weapons in, and he's face first on the ground, like in a pool of blood, and his stun rifle is nearby. But nearby that, you can see your projectile pistol, and it looks like it has a thing of ammo in it. Like it looks like he grabbed it.
Okay, Okay, not able to get to that just yet, given I was just charging these guys.
I just want to make sure you're aware of it.
Good to know. But yeah, I think the thing I'm going to say is lethal force authorized, and I'm going to reel back and look like I'm swinging a punch straight in right to the guy with the laser pistols, like right between the eyes, like I'm trying to punch him in the nose. But right before I impact, it's going to hear a slink, and the knife blade in my wrist is going to extend.
Okay.
Give him a nice haircut.
Give me a melee attack with your gauntlet vibro blade or your gauntlet blade.
Critical miss and accidentally stab yourself.
This is the prisoner.
Yes, the prisoner with the laser pistol.
You get a plus. Hang on, before you roll, because I think you're gonna get a benefit to this because he's crouched.
Cool. Definitely pending. I've got the one from Jin, and I'm not sure what else I should add.
Yeah, you get a plus 2.
Ooh, nice.
If he was prone on top of it. If he was prone, it would be even easier. But he's still technically crouched.
Come on, give me a finally decent attack roll.
Statistically, it has to happen.
That looks
Not
better.
a lot of damage, but this gun's really bad for damage.
What was
sadly.
your damage roll?
4.
1d4?
1d4. That's all it is. Actually, it should be higher than that for a vibro dagger, shouldn't it?
Just a regular dagger right now.
We gotta get that thing upgraded to a vibro blade, man. This vibro blade does 3d6.
Happy to take out an eye.
17. That's a hit.
It doesn't do much more than give him a nasty
That's
save,
exactly a hit. So yeah, you slice him right across the cheek, and like he gets like toppled to the ground. Signal, behind you, your audio sensors are picking up like a squad of armored troops coming in, and you're very close to being able to support Roddick. It looks like Roddick is like engaged in melee combat here, and they're all like starting to fire on him.
What's the cooldown on your hover pods? Is it like every other round, or?
How far am I now from Roddick?
I think it's like 4 squares.
All right, I switched to tracked and rolled over that way then.
Quick question, Star.
Yeah.
Assassin 2 and 1, because they're kind of firing into a melee now. They're going to take a attack penalty, right?
Unless they
Now,
And seeing that Roddick
if
has
they fire into
attempted
it, they will.
a lethal attack, I will try to hit him with my fusion cutter.
Oh, the prisoner?
Yep. The guy that Roddick's attacking.
Yeah, okay.
I thought you were being erotic for a split second. That would have been hilarious. Roddick is just losing lethal force. He's got out of control.
I thought that too. Oh, nope. I think you catch Roddick right in the side of the ass with your fusion cutter. You don't do any damage to him, but like Roddick, you feel like a sudden heating up, like on the back part of your thigh, and you look and you see that S19 is like right next to you, and he's trying desperately to like shove this fusion cutter at this guy, and the droid is sadly like not very nimble.
Oddly enough, the droid gets the same benefit with his fusion cutter as Roderick gets using his wrist weapons.
Yep. Chin, you've got control of the prisoner. You've got a couple extra guards here, and you see the rest of the guards like charging off down to support Roddick, presumably. I think like right about now, Orville's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe they sent someone to kill me."
I'm going to just make a snide remark and say, maybe you are worth something after all.
Is that it? You just
the couple other guards that are here, I'm going to like try to send them down the hall as well to like support the rest of the squad.
So you move forward and you say like go support the rest.
Yeah, and I'm gonna stay here with the prisoner.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Let's see, where's my character sheet? I closed it. One sec.
And we will be
Hang on.
wrapping up soon.
Righto.
No, yeah, I got no problem at all, man. I mean, definitely see
Okay.
one way or the other.
I spent the whole session being detained, so
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'm in melee range with 3 people right
That's
now.
a good
so.
persuade roll. They one of them resists the urge to salute. Like you can see that he goes for it and then stops and he's yes sir, and they run off.
Oh,
alright,
you're in melee with 3 of them? I thought you were just 1.
Rayla, the guy comes back over his comms and he's like yes sir, and he steps back and he takes his gun off of you, Rayla, and he says Commander Pren just confirmed. It's like sorry, and he steps back and he orders the other guy out of the land speeder, and he starts ordering everybody to cover the doors. Do you take any extra actions, Rayla? Like you're definitely allowed to get up off your feet and dust yourself off.
I probably pull out my blaster and get ready with the other ones, but I doubt it's gonna matter this time. So
Yeah, one of them hands you your blaster back, kind of sheepishly. And on the other side of the door, you can just see you can hear and see a bunch of blaster fire going off. All right, so Roddick, here we go again. Fortunately, your defenses have been a little bit better than your offenses.
They don't take a minus this turn.
Man, I think I'm having a connection problem. I heard fortunately, and then I lost you.
Fortunately, your defenses have been better than your offenses. Is that spotlight area of effect?
It has to be attacked every
It's a
turn.
cone.
I didn't use it
Okay.
this turn.
30-foot
so.
cone.
All right. Okay, so here we go.
Oh boy.
What is the penalty to firing into melee? I know I have that written down somewhere.
-4, I think. Pretty sure it's -4.
That's what it was in 3.5. -4 if you didn't have the precise shot feat.
Probably faster to find precise shot.
Oh, there's no way even without it they came anywhere close. So Roddick, one of these guys
it's a -5 penalty if you don't have precise shot.
Yeah, they tend to round things towards 5s in this system. One of these guys shoves a blaster rifle at your stomach and pulls the trigger, and you're able to just barely tuck in and move right out of the way, and it goes straight over S19's head and splats into the wall.
Wheel.
Here comes another one. You said precise
boy.
shot was
Precise
what
shot,
negates
yes.
that? Okay. They have a lot, but not this. Nope. Yep, another miss. Wow, it's a good thing they're rolling like crap, Roddick. I think this guy this time he fires at you, and I think your arm eats some of the blast, and you kind of jag to the side a little bit, but you're fine. Your turn, Roddick.
Yeah, I think
They're
I
both
did.
very close. This guy is on the ground. You've just cut him. S19 is trying to stun him, and your pistol is somewhat close by, but it's kind of near everybody.
Radek's gonna we try his luck again, and because I think what he did is he probably sidestepped, so he's angled himself with his side facing these two, to narrow his profile as much as possible, and get his pauldrons ready to kind of eat the brunt of stun blast. And then I'm going to just aim coldly down at the guy that just got knocked on the ground, and I'm going to attempt to shoot him in the head with my flechette gun. I hopefully got it. Actually hits this time.
All right. Is it firing into melee if the guy is trying to melee you?
If I don't think
you
so.
can use blaster weapons at point blank, and I don't think it counts the same. It's like if
Yeah,
you're
I don't
not in
think so.
melee,
Okay,
firing
yep.
into melee.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm gonna give you a +1, and don't forget your +1 for Chen's inspiration. The +1 is again for he's trying to get to his feet, but everything going on, he's not able to actively dodge out of the way.
Here we go.
Oh, that's a
Hey.
hit. Yeah. Let me check how much health he has. If the target is successfully damaged by the darts, they must succeed an endurance check. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Oh, this could do it. Let me roll endurance. $13 plus con. Oh wow, has a negative modifier there. Oh yeah, this guy definitely fails. Roll a d3 for me, Victor.
I will gladly do this.
How many hours do you knock this bastard out? Oh,
Yeah.
He
he gets
twitches for 3 hours.
he gets a face full of paralytic darts.
Ouch.
He just and like it just like goes all over his face and his neck and his upper torso,
He
and you
goes
just
into shock.
basically unload a he passes out and he starts twitching immediately. He really got unloaded for that. And fortunately, he loses his turn too.
Very helpful.
Signal. This guy just flops right next to you.
I shot my short side the other two,
Right, give me attack roll.
and I switched to the area shield again.
Okay. Boom, and then foomp.
We should write "Let there be light" on Signal's chassis.
Only 12. so.
Yeah, so -2 on their attacks, fortunately.
Well, even if that thing fails, it's still useful. It's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
that is. You need to come up with a Roddick signal, and like it's like the bat signal that he shines off of it.
No, it's the
It's like
Sector
your-
Ranger signal.
Oh yeah, the Sector
that'd be
Ranger signal.
hilarious. Oh god.
That's epic.
I want to
right.
ask you, can I pre-charge a shield recharge?
Not in the rules.
Probably not.
Okay. Just asking.
Well, I mean,
No.
you can.
Your
you could-
capacitor is
You could
only
like
hold
probably.
your current charge.
You could probably kind of like prepare it for like anything
it
else.
takes
Like say
two
if
actions,
something
right? So
happens,
you-
then
It
I'm
takes
gonna-
2 actions to restore it. I was wondering if I could like pre-charge one if I'm at full.
But yeah, you should probably be able to spend half the action, right, to not actually finish it.
I'm gonna have to think about that because
That's why I was
That-
asking. Yeah, it's not in the book, so.
yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that. Chen, things are happening down the hallway. Still maintaining the situation.
Yep. Just gonna stay
I think
guarding the
he
prisoner.
looks to you and he's like, "I'll give you anything. Just get me out of here alive, please."
I'm just gonna kind of point the stun pistol at him right now, and just yell at him to just shut up.
Okay, look, he's
That's great.
all right. Rayla, you're like, you with everybody else has
I
their,
guess
like,
what I want to do kind of at this point is just
Mhm.
sort of like kind of monitor the comm channels basically.
Yeah. Like, do you ask the guards still in the room with you, like, "Hey, what's happening on the comm device?"
Well,
or whatever?
I like sent the guards off down the hall. Remember?
Well, you still have the one guy who you confiscated the weapon from, who's helping
Oh
restrain
yeah.
your prisoner. So, like, do you take his comm set too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of taking charge of the situation here.
Yeah,
So
he looks sheepish, but you totally take it. You've already taken his weapon. Poor guy. And yeah, you can hear you can hear blaster fire in the background, and you can hear like response team Alpha, 5 seconds from contact. And they're like Sector Ranger actively engaged in aggressive encounter with hostiles. One
I guess I
down.
kind of want to like send out like a quick call like to the like over the security channel, like telling them that like I have a prisoner secured here, blah blah blah.
Mhm. Yeah,
Official business.
You're actively managing the comm link. You're also noting over the comm channel that I think it's one of the gate guards, is reporting that somebody just blew through the gate, there's like some sort of active situation going on in the parking lot, and nobody's really sure what. Like somebody had been arrested, and now they're not sure what's going on. There's like a situation with another vehicle. It's like absolute chaos out there. Sounds like amateur hour.
It's worth noting I actually was doing the spotlight slightly wrong. It's fortitude defense, not reflex, but it shouldn't make a huge at this point. But
Okay.
I level 1 think they're pretty similar.
Yeah. So, Rayla, you're out there. And again, like you've got the thing like definitely locked down. Are you just continuing to like maintain control over the door?
Probably. Even if I chased after the other guys, there's no point with just me and the land speeder. So I'm basically just holding out here. How many guys are out here with me?
You've got like 5.
We could probably just. Hey, you guys. How about you feel like helping out the situation on the inside of the door? There's lots of us out here. We can probably handle it, right?
Gotta get it in there first, ma'am.
Yeah, but just move the land speeder out, and you guys can help out the crew inside. Yes.
Yeah, it's like they nod. You hop in the land speeder and start pulling it out of the way.
Indeed.
Okay, all right, so yeah, you hop in and you start backing it out again. Like I think 2 of them rush to like either door, and the other 3 like stack up, and they're like preparing to like breach the building. Roddick, you hear people charging down the hall behind you, and you glance over your shoulder and you see like reinforcements swiftly coming. Like it looks like they're like maybe 1 turn away before they're going to be within like melee range. They have like riot shields, and they have like active stun batons out. But these other two assassins dressed as guards are still like actively like trying to like stun you. And I think like they're like now kind of eyes widening over the situation. They're looking back and forth, and they're not quite sure what to do. And I think I'm gonna need to make a roll. What would this roll be?
There's a penalty for using weapons like rifles and stuff in a melee, right?
If you're firing into a melee, yes.
I mean, like if you're actually in a melee, like in this like the same square as someone even.
there
don't think
might
there
be an
is.
attack of opportunity.
No, there's
for
not.
it.
I looked
I'm
it
not
up.
sure.
No.
Supposedly it's not for blast.
No, it's a rifle. Yes.
Okay.
Like you can use pistols and carbines to do that sort of thing, just fine, and you can take attack of opportunities with those, I believe, as long as it's somebody moving out of your close range,
Yeah.
like attack of or
Well, these
threatened
guys have
space.
rifles though, which is why I'm
Yeah.
asking.
A scattergun is technically a rifle. So no. We'll cover
zero
scatterguns,
range.
but we're not dealing with this situation.
Point blank and melee are not the same thing.
Okay, the first guy goes to surrender. He drops his rifle and goes to bring his hands up. The second guy looks around, and pulls a grenade from out behind his back. Roddick, you see this, and he pulls some sort of grenade out from behind his back, and he depresses his thumb over it, and you hear whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh boy. How much knockback do I get from my Tangler gun?
I don't know that you get any. You're firing basically a cord that wraps around somebody.
Okay, so it wouldn't like throw them backwards. Okay.
Let me.
Might be able to entangle him and make him fall on his own grenade.
There's also
Weighted magnetic ends, similar to magnum bolas. Natural momentum could twine the bola around a target, thereby ensnaring them.
Not a lot of knockback.
I'm gonna say if like you crit it and got like a 20, maybe there might be some momentum to it, and like maybe you just happen to catch them off balance. But other than that, no.
How close am I to him?
Oh, you're like within 8 feet.
in this system, what would be the difficulty towards kicking him in the chest hard enough to fling him backwards? I'm not really worried about damage. I'm worried about shoving him away.
That sounds like a charge attack with a feat that does that.
Wow, why don't they? That would be going for knockback. I think that would be. That would be attack. If
Normally
you
it's
made
I think
if
the Bantha Rush feat does that.
I'm gonna say you can still attempt it without the feat because that makes no sense that you couldn't try it without the feat. For me, coming up with the rule on the spot, I'm gonna say you would make a melee attack. If you succeeded, it would then be a strength check.
Okay, I'm gonna give that a shot. I'm just as soon as I see him wind up the grenade, I'm going to attempt to kick him in the chest to fling him kind of away
Like
from
knock
everybody.
him back into the security booth.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Do a melee attack.
Maybe if I get really even lucky, like Jace was saying on his back. So I'm just gonna roll my dagger, I guess, to figure out the melee hit. Is that what I would do?
I guess this is technically unarmed.
Yeah.
Unarmed is just strength.
What should I roll?
I'm
Just
looking
roll
right
a
now.
d20 plus strength, or?
BAB. Well, you get your BAB, obviously.
It'd be +1 for the strength, +1 for the BAB, +1 for Jace, and
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. Let me see here. Well, I didn't add the +3
Holy
into
shit!
it.
Well, doesn't matter.
Oh,
You
holy
rolled a
crap.
20.
Natural 20.
Holy crap!
Got it when it counts.
Yeah, this is
wonder
what
why
I was
that one
talking
doesn't
about.
light up
Victor
green.
fails everything, and then when it comes down to like the life or death roll, he somehow makes it. Give me a strength check.
Oh
like
crap! That was my strength check. I screwed that up.
well,
It's the
no.
same roll basically.
It's
Oh,
it's,
okay.
Yeah, give me another strength check. That was your attack roll with strength. This is just going to be a straight up strength check.
You actually
you
would've
didn't
got,
include
like a 24 on the attack roll.
Yeah, you
but-
didn't include your BAB on that one.
Yeah, it didn't give me an option to. It just rolled it immediately.
Because it was
Yeah.
strength.
I think you have something not checked on your sheet maybe because other people are able to include modifiers. But yeah, just give me another strength roll.
When I do skills, I am, but not one of the attributes. Weirdly. All right, I'm gonna try it again here.
Okay, yeah, you because you got that natural 20, I'm gonna give you advantage on this. Roll again.
17.
Oh, that's
that's
enough.
much better.
You kick this guy off his feet and send him flying into the security office. And here, whoop, 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 whoop. I think you still have time for like both a move and a swift action. You see the guy next to it, like the other guy who's like thrown down his weapon and is holding up his arms. Like his eyes are going wide and he's looking into the security booth and he's attempting to start moving away from it.
I don't know how this would work system-wise, but I'm going to attempt to charge and knock him down to kind of get on top of him to protect him. And also, as soon as I get an opportunity, once I've knocked him down to protect him, I'm going to pump him full of flechettes.
That'll be your next turn, perhaps. If you want to like just
good to me.
tackle him into potentially away from
Tackling-
the blast.
Tackling him for safety right now. Don't know what I would roll for this.
It sounds like he's kind of trying to go down anyway, so...
Yeah.
You just go.
You're,
you
you're,
would just go prone on top of him, I would think.
yeah.
Forgot that.
Yeah, you use- I'm gonna ask you to. You're both going to go down because he's obviously trying to like jump out of the way anyway. I'm gonna have you make a roll to determine who ends up on top. Give me another strength roll.
Okay, so this would be with, I guess, the... Whoa.
Wow, man, killing it. Yeah, you tackle him straight to the ground, and I think Signal. You have a moment to realize that there is a whoop, 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 whoop in the security office. Somewhat adjacent to you. and Roddick is tackled this other guy to the ground. What do you want to do?
I move and try to cover them with my shield.
Nice. Okay, yeah, you only have to move like a few feet. You move in there and you you extend the shield over them. And everybody in the facility hears whoosh, and there's like a large explosion that goes off. There's a bright, solid crimson flash, and there's a large burst of heat. Your damage absorption is 10 on that shield, right?
Yes.
Let me check
I guess we
something.
found one of the plasma grenades.
Yeah, it's possible.
If it's ion based, I take extra damage.
No.
Just saying. Please wait. Wow, plasma grenade is looked up. Da, 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 da.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, so your shield absorbs 10 of the 15 damage, and 5 damage would be dealt. I think we need to, let's see, what is the actual attack roll for grenade?
Normally it's just a DC 10
I
hit
think-
area, I think.
Yeah.
I thought it was like you make the attack against like all the targets in the area, and if
Yeah.
you don't get hit, you take half damage or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah,
so
it
you
probably
might not
does,
even
'cause
take that.
Maybe that was the old
There's,
system.
there's
I
no
don't know.
there's no reflex in this, or there's no like normally you
This is,
you just
yeah.
throw it and make a reflex save, but there's no reflex save in this. It's just reflex defense. So
I had it written down somewhere. I'm kicking myself for not having it now.
I think I saw it under the equipment one.
I just looked this up not that long ago too, and
I looked it up like last week.
You are correct about if people resist it. If everybody in the area makes a defense against the attack, and if they resist it, they take half damage. If they don't, then they take full damage. I think it's to reflex.
Okay, wait,
So-
I found it here. So when you make an attack against a target, that target takes full damage. This is for a splash, like a
Mhm.
splash damage. You make an attack against a target, that target takes full damage if your attack roll equals or exceeds the reflex defense, and half damage if it misses. So yeah.
When you make an area attack with a frag grenade, you make a single attack roll. Compare the result to the reflex defense of every target in the grenade's blast burst radius. Creatures you hit take full damage. Creatures you miss take half damage.
And it's a dex roll.
Yes, because it's a ranged weapon.
Okay.
Basically, detonating at his feet, kind
Feet.
of. but
Yeah, this is an odd situation.
Yeah, this is very
Um,
unusual.
I'm just gonna roll, based off of his dex. You guys are probably not even. You're probably gonna take like some fraction of a damage here.
Yeah.
Probably not gonna be
He
much at all.
himself probably automatically fails, but he probably
Oh,
will have to
yeah.
roll for other people.
It's not gonna be good for him.
Well, the fun part is if you succeed and it goes to half, you actually take none because it takes 7 to the shields.
Plus,
what he rolls.
if he's like in the security booth, that's gotta be, like,
17.
partial
That's
cover or
pretty
something.
good.
Yeah, that's probably gonna beat most people's reflex.
I don't know if my armor is added to the guy that I'm on top of.
I'm gonna say yes, it is. So you
Cool.
take half damage. The guy beneath you takes half damage.
I take full
So
damage.
yeah, you take 5 points of damage. Brave little signal.
You basically
Uh,
take none because of the shield, right?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. You would take half of 5. So you take 2.5. Are we rounding up or down?
I'm probably
uh,
knocked onto my side.
Down, I think, is the or
Yeah,
whatever
I
is
think
worst is the
you take-
precedence, or down.
Yeah,
maybe.
you take two points of damage, Roddick.
Nice. I will
and-
take that. That shield is
I
awesome.
think in general everything rounds down.
Yeah. So like the shield collapses and Signal is singed and like smacks into the back wall. You don't want to see the inside of that room. And right as that happens, the doors are like, blown open partially by the explosion and partially by the guys breaching
What
the
the
room.
hell?
And it's so funny that this happens all at the same time. The riot guys get there. They're like holding their shields up, and the team from the parking lot like breach in, and all that's left is like this smoking crater of the I guess the smoking like ruins of the of the security checkpoint, which is partially on fire. There's like a totally burned body. And then there's like the partially burned burn damaged body of the guy you tranked. He's still alive, but he definitely took some damage. And then there's Roddick like shielding the other guy who he tackled to the ground, and poor Signal. And
What about the Kalish guy? Was he dead?
I'm not
begin
sure if
with,
this
or-
guy-
he was dead before, man.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is even going to be a check. I don't know how cooperative this guy will be at this point, but as soon as I come to my senses, I'm going to stun cuff him.
Yeah,
That-
you can. He's
Definitely
totally.
does
He was surrendering before, and now he's dazed and disoriented by the grenade. Normally, I might make you make some sort of like roll to resist concussion, but the fact that you resisted so much damage and the shield was there, I'm not going to bother.
that. That's awesome.
Yeah, so you
Signal
cuff him.
certainly has endeared himself quite well to Roddick.
So you cuff him and you like stand up, and I think you notice that all of the soldiers in here are like just staring at you in awe because like your armor is smoking, and like poor Signal's like woo, 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 and there's like smoke coming from everywhere, and like it's obvious that you were almost pretty much at ground zero here. Do you like walk over, pick up your
Signal
pistol,
have
and
like
holster it?
have a light on him going shield overloaded.
Yeah,
Shield
there's
overloaded.
there's probably a warning light. Do you holster your pistol, Roddick? It's only like 4 feet away.
I'm going to, I'm going to walk over and retrieve my pistol and slide it back into my thing. Well, I'm going to call into Jen and say, all 3 suspects are down, 2 detained, and then I'm just going to cut the transmission.
At least one got away in the truck. It looks like.
Oh. There was
Getaway
3.
driver got away, maybe.
Armored truck. I wasn't about to chase it in just the land speeder by myself.
All right. So, having
I'm
gone,
definitely going to insist as soon as people start pouring in that I want a chance to speak with these prisoners.
having gone an hour over, we'll end it here for today.
And deal with the aftermath next week.
Yeah, that was a very eventful interrogation. Apparently,
Yeah.
I hope everybody enjoyed the session. I know Rayla, you got a little bit left out there, but the thing is, you made a really brilliant brilliant move with the speeder. That would have, trust me, like you moved yourself into a position of not having anything to do for like the last 30 or 45 minutes, I guess, but you basically ensured that none of them escaped except for the guys outside. So that was like a really, really, really good move.
I love how Signal's a combat powerhouse with no weapon.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
that is great. Shields and lights. He's like, you need to have a rave mode.
You saved us so much damage, man. You really did.
You probably saved the life
so,
of Orville.
you saved
Huh,
you
yeah.
probably saved several lives.
Might have saved my life. Well, save me from going unconscious at least.
Yeah. Like you guys successfully managed to fend off assassins while ostensibly being unarmed. Like that was pretty impressive. And what was more impressive is you managed to detain them, or at least what's left of them.
I gotta do
There's
something about
2.
that knife. It's so
2 of
sad.
3. That's not bad.
Yeah, you gotta upgrade that thing to a vibroblade, because that's just sad.
Price is limitation there.
Now we get to go to something that everybody likes.
Good to ask if there's any kind of indecisive
Maybe.
experience thing.
Oh yeah. We get to award experience points.
Now,
Ooh.
how do we start at 0 or do we start at 1,000? I'm not sure.
You start at 0. I put it 0 of 1,000 on your
Zero
sheet.
is the start 0. 1,000 is the first level up.
All right, let me
What did
see
I actually
here.
roll this session? I think I rolled use the computer 3 times. That's it.
You made a really smart decision, though. That's often more important than rolls.
Yeah,
Like, look at poor Roddick's rolls.
I agree.
He
Number
had one really good roll.
I was really expecting you to make me roll pilot to actually get the vehicle there and not just ran it through the doors or something, but I didn't
No.
actually do that.
No, you weren't doing anything in particularly specific. I didn't think you would accidentally ram through the doors.
Not on purpose, but I did have to get there in like 6 seconds, so...
Speaking of which, I'm going to make absolutely sure that these teams detain all of their weapons and gear for evidence. Never know what that might their weapons might reveal about them, or potentially where they got them.
Well, whatever weapon was on the guy.
Alright, so in calculating
recover that
XP,
grenade.
the challenge level is how much XP you get per creature of that challenge level, correct? Or per foe of that challenge level?
Depends how it's done. If it's done like, is it done like comparing CRs, or is it just like a CR
There
of
is
this gives
there
this
is a
much?
table. There is a table that says challenge level, like 1, XP reward 200,
Okay, yeah, that's flat then. That's what I was using for my campaign. You just add up what is listed,
and then
it
divide
gets-
it by
gets
the
divided.
characters.
And then usually, like if the NPCs are in it too, they get a portion.
Oh, you guys are gonna really enjoy this session.
A feeling those assassins were fairly higher level than us,
Yeah.
because they were getting like +6 or 7 to their rolls.
Oh yes. Almost ready.
Here's somebody responding that in terms of combat, XP is awarded by encounter, not individual opponents. You average the CL of the encounter and then add the CL and divide it by 3 and round it down. So 10 CL1s with Stormies would be a CL3 and have an XP of 600.
Wait, so say that again? You add them all up and divide by 3?
That's what this person responded.
And that's how you determine the challenge level of the engagement?
That's what somebody wrote.
But then once you do that, do you further divide it amongst everybody else?
But
That
that's
doesn't
for
seem
It
correct.
says, but that's for everyone in the group, and they get a portion of XP depending on how much they went.
That's for everybody in the group. Like, they get that amount.
They get that XP,
Okay.
which is
So
why
it's
for
add
bigger
up
groups the
and
CL
divide
needs
by
to be
3.
higher. Well, I think. God.
I read
It says-
that too somewhere. That was
It
how I
says the
put together
GM
my
chapter
first
goes into
encounters.
this. It says.
What page was that?
Challenge levels is on 247. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Learn how XP is done in this game. I'd have to look at that section in depth. I haven't looked at it in the GM section in this.
No, it's
game.
fine. Don't bother looking through it.
That was just a post I found online. I don't know if it's right or not.
I mean, I read that pretty much exact paragraph, Foster, when I was preparing
Yeah.
our first encounters, so that makes sense to me. So it's just you add up the challenge levels and divide by 3, and then you apply that experience to everybody else.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that tells you how much a group of CLs would be.
Yep. Yeah. That's exactly how I built this. And I technically built this for challenge level 5, assuming Bunka was going to be here. So, everybody gets 1,000 XP. Exactly.
Full level.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm also going to give you guys a bonus of 200 for successfully capturing two of the assailants alive.
Ooh, nice.
And
Another 100 for keeping your prisoner alive.
Wow, so 1,300 total. Where do I put the XP I'm looking for right now?
Underneath, next to your equipment section.
All the way at the bottom, there's an experience. Not all the way. Right above feats and to the right of equipment, there's an experience.
Ah, awesome.
All right, so that should get everybody to level 2.
And that makes sense, because the first level usually does go fairly quickly. And
Yeah, generally you get level 1 in your first session.
Yep, so we all had 5 force points. We did not.
Yeah, technically those guys were enough, like of a challenge level for 5 people if it had been like a full knockdown, drag out fight. You guys approached it very, very intelligently, and I definitely am going to, be awarding XP bonuses for things that I felt awarded that, and like you went about it in such a way that you minimized casualties and so on. So happy level, everyone.
Definitely. I will have to go through how to level with you probably sometime during the week.
I know you'll look forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you want us to save our hit point rolls to the next session so we can roll on screen?
Guys want to roll hit points now? It depends.
Some people might not know what their
you're
next one's gonna be.
multi-classing,
That's all I was saying.
if somebody knows if they're going to just take a level in a class right now, that's when.
Yeah,
that's
mine's
where
gonna be
you roll.
scoundrel too. That's what I was
I'm gonna
asking.
be scoundrel.
So if you know what class you're going to be rolling and what hit points you're going to be rolling, you might as well roll it now, so you don't have to wait.
Right out.
Scoundrel is a
Soldier,
D6.
Soldier is D10.
Soldier
plus,
exotic weapons.
Yeah, you're staying the same class. So I'm positive that's a D10, right? Not a D12.
I believe it is.
I don't think anything gets a D12 in this, or like a prestige class might, but I don't think
User
any of the base classes
disconnected
do.
from your channel.
We lost him
Soldier.
again. Scoundrel is a D6.
User joined your channel.
That's frustrating.
Oh God, Jace.
Soldier is D10.
That's hilarious.
Well, I took toughness, so I still get 2 hit points.
Ooh, that's cool.
Oh no, that was your hit points roll?
Yeah.
Oh.
1d6 minus 1 for con.
All the ones this session. That was crazy. Oh, Rayla rolled.
Rayla rolled.
Shit, well, yeah, man. Oh,
Soldiers
another
are up to-
6!
Yes!
Holy shit! 6 is
Soldier
from the
up to
twins. D10 plus your con mod.
Ooh, nice.
Do you have
Or
toughness?
minus your con mod.
Or minus your
Toughness
I
is
don't
a
think
feat.
toughness
don't
is a
think I have
feat, so
toughness.
yeah, plus your con mod.
On a bright side, it does mean he gets a little bit more than normal for having toughness.
Wow, nicely
Ooh.
done. 11 hit points.
Sorry, Jishin.
Oh, that's
I'm gonna add those on
that's
right
so
now.
sad. At least you get 2.
See, what else do I get for Scoundrel?
Because I did so well, because we did so well, do I get a free reroll on my hit points? Let's see, I'm gonna use a force point.
Do you if you want to use a force point? Well, no, because you get new force points at your level. If you want to expend one of your new force points, I'll let you. I'm gonna do this just this once, maybe. But I'll let you re-roll your hit
It's
hit
your
die.
destiny, Jin.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay, all right.
HP goes up.
Your
base
new
attack bonus
force points is
increases.
4.
Well, he gets.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Wow.
Do you want to roll another force point?
I think the dice have spoken.
Oh my god!
Holy crap!
That's
man,
almost
that's...
as bad as Victor's rolls this
Is
session.
it minimum 1?
Yeah, minimum 1, and I have toughness, so I still get 2 hit points.
In terms of force points, you would have been getting 6, so now you're just getting 5 this level.
Okay, now group decision. Do you guys want me to take vehicular combat at this level, or tech spec at this level?
Tech spec is the one that allows you to modify equipment, right?
Yes.
You might want to talk with Victor about that one, because I know he was like, what is this stuff that it can modify equipment?
I'd say whatever you feel more comfortable in, but I'm definitely would always love tech spec. You
Well,
know me.
vehicle combat lets me roll my pilot check to stop the vehicle from taking damage once per turn. Tech
That's
spec
also a good
allows us
thing.
to spend money to add effects to our weapons, like +1 to attack bonus, +2 to damage, things like that.
Both of those are really good, I will say to all of you. I think if you're willing to let the group decide on that, I'll tell the group both of those are extremely good options.
I'm saying it's
I'm gonna take
your
one
men.
now
They're
and
both
one at
awesome.
4th level. It just depends which one I get first.
Oh, I finally gave a base attack bonus. Yay!
I'm just saying, do you guys all want to be able to spend money toward me to improve your stuff? Or do you want me to be able to
I'd be
avoid
biased
damage
and
in our
say
group-controlled
yes.
vehicle?
You know, I'd lean towards improving my stuff too, but again,
One of the
this is
things
totally
you can
you.
improve is my ability scores. That's why I was like, should I be biased and say yes?
You know, Roddick is like gadgets.
I will
so
point out
he's
it
leaning yes.
functions for your land speeder too. Your reroll.
Yeah, it does indeed. That's why I'm asking now.
Well, not reroll, it's ignore damage. So
Yeah, it's roll
That's
a
really
pilot
good.
check to possibly ignore damage.
yeah.
Yeah.
What do you lean in, Jace?
I mean, I don't really have a preference.
It sounds
Kind of
like
whatever you want to do.
it sounds like there's two in favor of the modifications there. Rayla.
I
What
will
is your?
I will default to give my vote to whatever Rayla wants to do.
Yeah, I will mention that tech spec does require an expenditure of, I think, 1/10 of the cost of the item, and we
Mhm.
currently don't have much money.
Yeah.
Definitely leaning tech spec, Rayla, but
What do
your
you-
choice.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Saving
the way
my
I
things
see
here.
it, I'm thinking about taking tech spec just because we may hit level 4 before I actually have a chance to use vehicle combat. So,
You say that now.
I say that now, yes.
I'll say you were really close to vehicle combat this session.
I
and
know.
I
I saw
was
that.
like, oh god.
Okay, hang on a second here. We're right back.
What time are you guys starting Megabek? So I'll
At-
hop into.
I was just about to actually ask that. What time do you guys need to take like a 10 or 15-minute break? Those of you that are going to be joining us.
Say 9:45, 10-ish, like that.
Yeah, definitely getting a late start tonight, guys. I apologize. for
Is
that,
this gonna
but,
be a Megamech session, or is this gonna be a
RP
server?
session?
Okay. Because if Megamech, I
mean,
gotta build vehicles.
I mean, I never know. I mean, theoretically, you guys could suddenly decide to like,
Okay.
screw this, we're just going to invade them. I mean, I've seen you guys do crazier things, so.
I have to quickly configure 2 Marauders then.
Right. Well, if it's gonna be a while, I might join you guys, but I'll
40
go
minutes
get
or so.
something to drink, and I'll hopefully be back. But I hope everybody enjoyed our
I
first
want to have
session.
at least a half hour before we start again.
It wasn't quite smooth, but I think that was actually probably smoother than our first Stars Without Numbers session. I'll have some more things ready for the next time. I'll have things a little bit more at the ready. So
So yeah, at this level for me, we get +1 BAB finally. We get a bonus feat. We get new force points equal to 6, and then all the skills go up by 1 because it's half level. Defenses as well.
remember that it automatically adds that to your skills, so you don't have to do that as a
Yes.
modifier. All right, so I will see everybody later.
Copy that. I will
Yep.
hopefully see you guys in about a half hour or so. And some of you maybe even sooner. I'll probably pop up. I'll be back about 10:15 myself. Maybe even less. I'm popping up to the other channel and see you guys soon. Those of you that I won't, hopefully I'll see soon too.
Yep. We'll be
See
back in a bit.
everybody next week.
Cool.
Copy that, Jace. See you next
User
week, man.
left your channel. User left disconnected from your channel. Channel switched. User was moved to your channel. User was
I
moved
went ahead
to
and moved
your
everybody
channel.
up here.
Good idea.
I'll be back in a bit. Maybe sooner than a half hour, but it'll probably be at least 10 minutes or so.
Copy that. Sounds good.
Defeat. Probably will end up being a droid feat. there's a droid feat that if you know how I was assisting, there's a droid feat I can take for being an astromech droid that basically if I assist on pilot, mechanics, or use computer, I give them a +5 instead of a +2, which I might take. Anyway, I'll be AFK for a little bit.
Copy that. See you in a minute, man.
I am back.
He's gonna be back. Oh, nice. Is Foster back yet?
Foster is here eating pizza.
Copy that. Need another minute?
I have pizza too, but it's operating. Cloud is not downloading KOTOR because he wants to play it again. Totally not.
KOTOR 2 or KOTOR 1?
1. I can't download 2. I'd actually put 2 in and play it. Besides, I played 2 a million times.
Copy that. I'm getting the Roll20 set up. If you guys, when you guys are ready to connect, and I will try to go into everything in just about 1 minute.
Yep. Don't know what I'm gonna do today, but that's where we stand. I know where I'm going. Don't know what I'm gonna do there.
That's smart.
Or precisely, I expect to go there to be told what's going on, because they're lacking that information.
Copy that. Yeah, we're gonna probably pick up a little before that. Give me just a minute here. Actually, I've got to take care of one quick thing, and I'll be right back. Like less than a minute.
Well, it looks like BattleTech got the expanded mercenary campaign funded.
Yeah, that's good.
To be fair, Fred, I'm not against acquiring black boxes, but I am against. I don't think we should be hacking. No matter how good Foster's rolls are, I don't think we should be banking on that to hack one of the strongest things in the universe, just to get information about where they are. I don't think we should be doing that. If we want black boxes, I'd be more inclined to go through someone else we know and have worked with before. Like Valia stock, maybe? He's the Mafia, essentially. They can probably find them.
Yeah, possibly. Maybe not the numbers that we're interested in.
No, the numbers you want, I don't think we're likely to get. Unless we literally like tackle and destroy the Lyran Alliance, I don't think they're going to get those kind of numbers. If we're lucky, we might get one for like between a couple of planets. I don't think ships typically have them.
Okay, guys. I guess we're just waiting on Foster.
I'm here.
Oh, cool. So I guess getting to get on roll 20 here. I'm about to begin firing some things up. Oh, there you
User
are.
joined
Nice.
your channel.
Welcome, Star.
Hey, Star.
Hey.
Give me just one more second.